Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Pound. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunsheng's man as before immortal Gu was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xing Xiangzi, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Bai Man see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area. It was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength. He had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes. They were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had, on the surface, this banquet was very effective. It was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup. Even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of goo worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone, please look. This is the Godspear shark. This is the Shattertooth golden shark, and that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of GE's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The Shattertooth golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the Shattertooth golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fang Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny, sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale. It ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth, they formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver-scale great treasure shark was the largest. On Earth, it was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally, they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver-scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver-scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the Shattertooth golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it? These little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality. They are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Bai Man was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Bai Man, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public. They had to be serious and impartial. In private, they were gentle and calm. They would joke around. It made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. You are too kind, haha. Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huang Xing's bumpy sea area, and Shun Clan Gu Immortal Shun Yi Shi's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long. You might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea Area, the seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea Area, from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea. There are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea Area. Mermaids have all kinds of beauty. There are countless mermen living there. They have great strength. They are one of the top 10 super forces in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast. Nature is vast. Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources. It is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Mermen. Fang Yuan's heart jolted. A trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, This is the first time you have come to my place as guests. I have prepared some gifts. I hope you will accept them. This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fang Yuan did not reject any gifts. He had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance. Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. Good. I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Gu Immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the two of you. Oh? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Su Bai Man covered her mouth as she smiled and explained, You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will gift some sharks. However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan. They immediately understood. Please take action. You only have 7 minutes. During this period, you will have to stay in the palace. If you go out, you will be breaking the rules. Shark Demon said. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well. They had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fang Yuan, however, suddenly thought, Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life? In his previous life, When Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already died. The reason for their deaths was unknown. This Shark Sea had become someone else's property. The Gu immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xinghua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu immortal Zhu Xinghua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun, time was limited. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the three that Shark Demon pointed out earlier. Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fang Yuan were blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. Of these two types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu immortal blessed land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for star form blessed land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the blessed land. However, the numbers of these two types of sharks were far less than the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark. Because the ferocity of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks could not compare to the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in this sea area. Fang Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. As for the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark, Fang Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many divine spear sharks, shattering teeth golden sharks, and silver scale great treasure sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Bai Yunsheng. The cloudline sharks that Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai blessed land. However, these cloudline sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yunsheng's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloudline sharks, but the god spear sharks, shattertooth golden sharks, and silver scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yunsheng's methods spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the 3 groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunsheng was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The 3 groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yunsheng without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunsheng harvested an ideal number of cloudline sharks. Tai Bai Yunsheng hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up and solemnly bowed to the 2 of them. The 2 of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she asked, "What do you think of this Xingxiang Zi?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted. This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunsheng. He is not an easy person to deal with. After pausing for a while, he continued, Budan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xing Xiangzi. Budan was on my side, but Xing Xiangzi was making things difficult for him. If Budan was embarrassed, I would also lose face. This Xing Xiangzi had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains. Su Baiman quickly consoled. Don't be angry, husband. Such a capable person naturally has his pride. As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demonis had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. Why is Madam suddenly speaking up for this, Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bo Dan secretly giving Madam some big gift, right? Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice. Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? Heh, it seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments, he is not simple. Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xing Xiangzi is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xing Xiangzi in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xing Xiangzi will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Baiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xing Xiangzi will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ha ha ha, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yunxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yunxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion, he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other, and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunsheng suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yunsheng, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship, because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt something amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun, Immortal's 88-point Jinyang Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother. I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother. I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5-region zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu Immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xingxiangzi, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu Immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, what pressure? Fang Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu Immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song. Her name was Yishur. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishur was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu Immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level. While Song Yishur was enjoying the fruits of their labor, Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishur asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources. It was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 901. After planning for half a month, Fang Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Fang Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions, or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Fang Yuan concealed his figure under the blazing sun. He strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Fang Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li village. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu immortal appeared here. His name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Fang Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff. Hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to biography of Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Fang Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Fang Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Fang Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet, not to mention Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening, there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in Li Xiaoyao. The content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time, until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed, and several Gu worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next, he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent. Because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent, Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea, there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea. It was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and used the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow. There was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales. Its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted. Sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased, and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river. They were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point, he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishur was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today, Song Yishur was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishur and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishur arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishur went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishur's private territory. Song Yishur had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while, she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair, and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her body was soft. She had red lips and beautiful eyes. Her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better. She started to hum softly. She did not know that Feng Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Feng Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yinf seeing Xing Xiangzi, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her. Song Yishur screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male goo immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yishur fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Feng Yuan waved his hand, talking nonstop. At this moment, Song Yishur's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Song Yishur was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Feng Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and 2 streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right, they coiled towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishur was a water path goo immortal. This stream yarn was Song Clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Feng Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let this stream yarn get close, Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Feng Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Feng Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light, like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Goo, countless fire path mortal goo were like countless fireflies, flying around. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Starfire Escape. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Feng Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Feng Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. Where are you going? Song Yishur shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom! A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook, and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yishur was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Feng Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Song Yishur gritted her teeth. With the help of Starfire Escape, Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast, but because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while, he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yishur bathing. Song Yishur acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation, he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now, there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yishur hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yishur relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament, and Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Song Yishur and was taught Gu master cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fang Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yishur is young, and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yishur was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Gu Immortal Yao Gu Pai was one of Song Yishur's pursuers. Right now, he was patrolling around a motion poetry sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Yishur would go to a motion poetry sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Yishur more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gu Pai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fang Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance, he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gu Pai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishur also came out of the sea. Looking at Fang Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die!" What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gu Pai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Yishur encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. Yao Gu Pai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Yishur, don't worry, Yao Gu Pai, am here. At the next moment, Yao Gu Pai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishur was slightly stunned. Her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gu Pai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me. She was still a young girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret. It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fang Yuan. No one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu Immortal had appeared. She knew this person. He was one of the pursuers she hated. His surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishur was not too sure. Yao Gu Pai saw Song Yishur's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Yishur's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gu Pai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gu Pai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gu Pai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Yishur faint. Kissing her. No, kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Yishur had been violated? How much humiliation? Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gu Pai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, "This damned old thing! Old pervert, Don't run. You actually dare to blaspheme our fairy Yi. I will peel off your skin. I will make you regret everything you have done to fairy Yi. When Song Yi heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud. Do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man. Isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gu Pai could not hear Song Yi's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yi had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss. She wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gu Pai, but her skin was too soft. She could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy, was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had already calculated Song Yi's reaction. Yao Gu Pai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder? Feng Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gu Pai. The two Gu immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Feng Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Feng Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Yi was a Gu immortal of a super force, Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Qi Yuan. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Feng Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents. It was not a life and death battle. At most, Feng Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yi was a young girl. She did not have much experience. Her thoughts were still very conservative. This was the first time someone had seen her body. She was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened. Instead, he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yi's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter. He became a sword path Gu immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yi. Song Yi was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years. It was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course, there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later, Song Qi Yuan's lifespan was used up. He died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken. Song Yi's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yi. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yi, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her. He became the person Song Yi trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful sword path Gu immortal. This made Song Yi fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 regions chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together. They were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam, bam, bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yi and Yao Gu Pai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Feng Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Feng Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord. Even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Song Yi. She was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Feng Yuan no matter what. Feng Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yi was seething with anger. She felt like she was not being chased, but being played. As for Yao Gu Pai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Fang Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gua mortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gua mortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Ishur and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea, but a Northern Plains Gua mortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Ishur is Song Chi Yuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fang Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the Net Sea area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Ishur, I, Chun Zhongyong, will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan chuckled and dodged Chun Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait, Fairy Ishur is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed. He deserves to be killed. Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gua mortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gua mortal. You dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Ishur was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fang Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly, she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you, stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Ishur could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gua mortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fang Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fang Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting. Immediately, a Gua mortal scolded in response. But Fang Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout. I am a Northern Plains Gua mortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing. You still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman? Do you think we are so easily deceived? The Gua mortals behind him scolded. Fang Yuan shouted, even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it. I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered... Shut up, Song Ishur shouted. She was worried that Fang Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him. If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender, and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Ishur, am not someone who kills innocent people. Song Ishur had learned her lesson. She had improved. She actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Song Ishur was too capable. Her acting was not up to par. Fang Yuan ran even faster, shouting, Do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent. I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano. Shut up. Song Yishur was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Feng Yuan's words. Seeing that Feng Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishur again, they felt slightly regretful. But Feng Yuan quickly said, "You don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I'm a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything. I only saw you bathing. This is all a misunderstanding." Song Yishur's vision darkened. She was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Feng Yuan shouting. Hee. So such an interesting thing happened. At this time, a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. It's Seven Seas Snake Lady. The Gu immortals chasing Feng Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Yao Gu Pai was already cursing internally. The others subconsciously looked at Song Yishur's face. Song Yishur's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that Seven Seas Snake Lady and Song Yishur were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Seven Seas Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level. She was a demonic path Gu immortal. She had conflicts with Song Yishur, but because of Song Qi Yuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Song Yishur. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Song Yishur felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? Seven Seas Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Song Yishur felt even more hatred and anger towards Feng Yuan. You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into Seven Seas Snake Lady? What a joke. This route was carefully chosen by Feng Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Feng Yuan had investigated in detail. Seven Seas Snake Lady was the main focus of Feng Yuan's plan this time. Even though Seven Seas Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red tide fish to reproduce. Seven Seas Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Feng Yuan. Seven Seas Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty. She was beautiful on the outside, vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom! With a loud sound, Seven Seas Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Feng Yuan's pursuers. Seven Seas Snake Lady, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishur's group was greatly disrupted. Hee, such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. Seven Seas Snake Lady had an alluring body. She replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression. I will block Seven Seas Snake Lady. Continue the chase. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of Seven Seas Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. Seven Seas Snake Lady and Feng Yuan did not know each other. She did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, Seven Seas Snake Lady showed a look of disgust. She stopped on the spot. It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly. Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around Seven Seas Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed. After half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands. He was still escaping. Damn it! Song Yishur gritted her teeth. Looking at Feng Yuan's energetic figure, she felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yishur also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago, she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now, she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world. She could not catch up no matter what. And now, all the immortals knew about it. Song Yishur's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. It's about time. Feng Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now, it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal killer move, 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm. They were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal killer move, position star swap. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gu Pai. Don't think I don't dare to kill you, Fang Yuan growled, using star cloud grindstone. He had been escaping all along. How could Yao Gu Pai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the star cloud grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the star cloud grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding Yao Gu Pai's head in his hands. Humph, don't go too far. Fang Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gu Pai is a Gu immortal after all, but he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep weariness in their hearts. Chapter 904. 3 days later, in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishur, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yishur was Song Qi Yuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song Clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xing Xiangzi's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song Clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yishur's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xing Xiangzi's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gu Pai in battle. After that, he escaped with Yao Gu Pai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much. He chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Next, he used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gu Pai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gu Pai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gu Pai was a wood path Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gu Pai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers, he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Yishur and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gu Pai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gu Pai's heart was the desire for wealth, but his desire is a little too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gu Pai's obsession was related to me, with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones. Even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Fang Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Court's warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention, the big tree land spirit's final condition was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Wood Path Gu Venerable. Yao Gu Pai was also a Wood Path Gu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus Sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Fang Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gu Pai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gu Pai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Fang Yuan could only have evil intentions and plan to forcefully attack it, just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yulu Blessed Land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Fang Yuan scattered a group of mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan's Gu formation. After finishing this task, this mortal Gu formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Fang Yuan came out of Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yulu Blessed Land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu Immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xingxiang, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Fang Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu Immortals also looked at Fang Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fang Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, "Bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter." This is not a troublesome matter. It is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Budan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Budan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fang Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Su Baiman, and Budan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Shan Nanjiang. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move, freezing rain frozen earth again. For this invasion, we will need you. Xing Xiang Zi. Budan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xing Xiang Zi's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Budan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself. He crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain-frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yulu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo. So when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this melt ice immortal goo, it was extremely effective against freezing rain-frozen earth. Even the desolate beast-level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful freezing rain-frozen earth, upon meeting a mere melt ice immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The Goo Master world was like this. All living things were balanced. Strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible Goo Masters. With Melt Ice Immortal Goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot. He also thought of many methods. This time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance was incomparably outstanding. Fang Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening up the battlefield, Fang Yuan's progress became faster and faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fang Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person. He ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's wisdom path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fang Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move. His dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods. He learned a lot of practical experience. His wisdom path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the freezing rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks. It was all because of Shark Demon's Melt Ice Immortal Goo that held up the battlefield. Chapter 905. Freezing rain-frozen earth dissipated. The world changed drastically. Since the original world of ice and snow had been replaced by a dark and spacious environment. It was as if it was dusk, with dark clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm was approaching. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A female voice suddenly resounded in the battlefield. It was ethereal and melodious. Every time they entered a battlefield, there would be a notification. Shark Demon's expression changed. Oh no, it is the famous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is going to be difficult. Before he finished speaking, a sandstorm blew in the surroundings. Sand and dust filled the air as soul beasts appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the Goo Immortals from all directions. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Xingxiang Zi, Budan, you two need to hurry. There are too many soul beasts here. The longer you drag this on, the stronger the soul beasts will be. This fighting soul battlefield is a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after referencing a certain inheritance of spectral soul demon Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations all contained a merciful heart. There would always be a chance of survival. But this battlefield killer move is different. It has the killing nature of spectral soul demon Venerable. It is the battlefield killer move with the strongest killing intent among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creation. Feng Yuan and Budan did not dare to be careless. They used their methods to break it. Feng Yuan soon realized. This fighting soul battlefield was different from freezing rain frozen earth. The latter's attacks were flawless. They were integrated into one. No one could attack them. But right from the start of fighting soul battlefield, Feng Yuan easily found the hidden points of several mortal goo. As time passed, Feng Yuan found more and more hidden points. There were simply too many of them. Tens of thousands. The number of goo worms used to create this battlefield killer move far surpassed Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan soon realized something else. Traps similar to the freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move did not exist. No matter what hidden points were destroyed, there would be no backlash. There was no need for Feng Yuan to recalculate. Therefore, very soon, Feng Yuan and Budan began to decisively dismantle these hidden points. However, the offensive power of this fighting soul battlefield was several times stronger than the freezing rain-frozen earth. Freezing rain-frozen earth's attacks were intermittent. There was a period of peace between the attacks, allowing the goo immortals to rest and recover. Once the war soul battlefield was activated, it didn't stop. The number of soul beasts increased exponentially, and soon, Desolate-class soul beasts were formed. After a while, there were more than 10 Desolate-class soul beasts, and ancient Desolate-class soul beasts were also starting to appear. In less than half an incense stick's time, Shark Demon and the others had no choice but to activate the profound icehouse and escape in a sorry state. There are too many goo worms that make up this battlefield killer move. I am ashamed, but I lack methods. I can only dismantle them one by one. Out of the sea, Budan faced Shark Demon. He did not hide anything or make false reports. Just tell the truth. Feng Yuan also frowned. With my methods, I can at most dismantle 5 to 6 hidden points at once. I suspect the difficulty of unraveling the war soul battlefield lies in this. The faster we unravel it, the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts. The higher the chance of unraveling this killer move. As for the difficulty of unraveling it itself, it isn't high. Then according to your deductions with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points. They are like the stars in the sky. But from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found, to get rid of them, I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Sha Nanjiang involuntarily blurted out, 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time. There are definitely immemorial level soul beasts that have formed, and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, if that is the case, it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These goo immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many goo immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later. The specific time will depend on the situation. I will inform everyone. Xingxiang Zi, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you, Lord Shark Demon, for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yishur cannot do anything to me. Even though Song Clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xingxiang Zi, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone, we'll meet again next time. Looking at Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunxing flying away, Bu Dan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. This Xing Xiangzi does not know what is good for him, Lord. He actually did not appreciate your kindness. Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, "If you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this?" Budan had a bitter expression. "Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete. My ability is limited." Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Budan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Subaiman got closer and smiled. "Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xing Xiangzi and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains Gu Immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xing Xiangzi also has Immortal Gu with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill that Yao Gu Pai on the spot. It will not be a big deal." Even though he offended Song Yishur, the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan, because Song Clan is a righteous path superforce with huge assets, they will not wage a war over such a small matter. But Song Clan's reputation is damaged. They will definitely give an explanation. Not long later, Xing Xiangzi will feel immense pressure at that time. Won't he come to our side? That is true. My wife's analysis is reasonable. Shark Demon's expression eased as he lightly held Su Baiman's hand. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. The battle around Luopa Valley had unknowingly lasted for half a month. On Qin Baisheng's side, they had a strong geographical advantage. Feng Jioga's side could not take them down even after a long time. But Feng Jioga and the rest seemed to be determined to attack. As long as they did not retreat, Qin Baisheng's side could only continue to hole up in Luopa Valley. "Jiangyu, how are your injuries?" "How are your injuries?" Qin Baisheng visited Fairy Jiangyu. "In another half a day, I will be completely healed." Fairy Jiangyu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes to heal her injuries while replying distractedly. Qin Baisheng's expression shone with joy. "That's good. After you recover, we will protect you with all our strength. You can immediately break out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our backup plan." "What? We need to use Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's backup plan? Will it affect the entire plan?" Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. She could not help but ask. Qin Baisheng said solemnly, "It won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Inkstone from Southern Borders Shadow Sect headquarters. We have already communicated." Sigh. Feng Jioga is truly an amazing person. His self-created Heaven and Earth song can actually fight evenly with my 5-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is insignificant. The immortal goo being refined in Luopa Valley has yet to take form. This goo is related to the plan. We cannot lose it. But now that Luopa Valley is heavily surrounded by Central Continent's people, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. Being conservative will lead to failure. We need to take the initiative. These last days, he and Feng Jioga had fought dozens of times. They had exchanged blows and used all their strength, but there was no clear victor. Qin Baisheng was concerned about the big picture. He was already looking for a way to break out of this predicament. Right at this time, Feng Jioga's voice could be heard from outside. Qin Baisheng heard this and sneered in his heart. "You endured for 3 days this time. You finally could not endure it and came to challenge me again?" Qin Baisheng flew into the sky, facing Feng Jioga. "Brother Feng, you and I have fought dozens of times. We already know each other's abilities. You are a smart person. Can't you see the current situation? As long as this Luopa Valley is guarded by me, you will not be able to attack." Feng Jioga laughed heartily, his eyes shining with intense confidence. "Brother Qin, it is different this time. I fought with you countless times and obtained many inspirations. These 3 days, I was in closed cultivation and finally used these inspirations to complete an incomplete move that I created earlier." "Oh?" Qin Baisheng's expression turned solemn. Feng Jiogu raised his head slightly and said loudly, "This time, I would like to invite Brother Qin to comment on my song of submission. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song." When Feng Jioga sang the Green Jade Song, his voice was clear and sweet, like pearls falling on a jade plate. When he sang the Heaven and Earth Song, His voice was grand and majestic, making people feel that they were insignificant. At this time, when Feng Jiuge sang the submission song, he shut his mouth. The whole place was silent. Qin Baishang's expression turned solemn and grave, because he heard Feng Jiuge's voice. His voice directly resounded in Qin Baishang's mind. This submission song was not to be listened to with the ears, but with the heart. Qin Baishang's heart sank. This sound path killer move contains wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It can affect people's hearts. From opening to closing, it already has a trace of the charm of five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Jiuge obtained this inspiration from me. It's just that this degree isn't enough to affect my fighting spirit. Oh no. Qin Baishang's reaction was considered fast, but the submission song took effect even faster. In Luopa Valley, many ancient soul beasts that were defending were moved by Feng Jiuge's song. They bowed towards Feng Jiuge and betrayed him, becoming the lackeys of Central Continent's Gu immortals. Submission song could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it! He Langzi cursed. They were few in numbers. They needed to rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts betrayed them and attacked Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's side was in danger. But Qin Baishang was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and used a battlefield killer move. Feng Jiuge and the rest, as well as the ancient soul beasts, were drawn into the battlefield. The battlefield was covered in thick fog. Countless specters flew around. Dark blue soul beasts quickly formed. Most were ordinary soul beasts, but desolate-level soul beasts soon appeared. It seemed that they would also become ancient soul beasts soon. The soul beasts formed in the battlefield immediately clashed with the ancient soul beasts under Feng Jiuge's control. Good. Feng Jiuge stopped singing. He clapped his hands and praised. Using this battlefield to strengthen my control over the soul beasts, I can negate the advantage of submission song. But this soul taker battlefield is outdated. Even though it was created by spectral soul demon Venerable, he created it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had obtained this killer move and created an even better battle soul battlefield. Soul Taker Battlefield can only turn the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But Battle Soul Battlefield can create an endless supply of soul beasts. Feng Jiuge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried. He praised this killer move with confidence. But Qin Baishang smiled. Predecessors plant trees for future generations to benefit from. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create an even better battle soul battlefield based on spectral soul demon Venerable's foundation. It is natural for him to have some achievements. But he has a kind nature. He reduced spectral soul demon Venerable's killing intent. He looks outstanding, but he lost the possibility of advancing further. Just as he said that, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jiuge's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker Battlefield. It is the Trillion Slaughter Field created by spectral soul demon Venerable in his later years. Chapter 906. Eastern Sea, Song Clan Headquarters, Zhongshui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yishe rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and a group of rank 7 Gu Immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Song Yishe barged in like this. Song Qiyuan slowly turned around. Showing no anger on his face, he had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yishe was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Qiyuan did not know about this. This young female Gu Immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time, she added in her mind, I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good idea, but... He dragged his words. Song Qiyuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiaqi to help you? Song Yishe's eyes shined. Forgetting her own honor, she thought of something and asked excitedly, "Grandpa, is it about ascending heaven plane?" Song Chi-yuan did not hide it from her, he admitted. That's right. Ascending heaven plane's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in ascending heaven plane. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Gu immortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Rualai clan. We will try our best to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great grandmaster of the remote antiquity era. In history, he had the same fame as old immortal Kong Ju. Long hair ancestor and old immortal Kong Ju. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial nine heavens, he failed and died. Even though Song Yishe was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, "Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those two clans. You don't need to worry about their matters." However, Uncle Song Xiachi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jiadan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. Haha, my good granddaughter. All right, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Chi-yuan tossed out a token. Song Yishe hurriedly took it, and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Song Yishe floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Gu immortal beside him, "Uncle Xiachi, how do I go in?" Song Xiachi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. "Didn't the old man give you a token? Little Yishe, you only need to show your token, and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it." Song Yishe raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu immortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. "Uncle Jiadan," Song Yishe called out. Since birth, she had only seen Gu immortal Song Jiadan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu immortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jiadan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Panjiadan, Hua, and was hidden in Nangong, and Dragon-Head Tortoise, returning from Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes, looking at Song Yishe and Song Xiachi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue. His muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. "Little Shi, cousin Xiachi, long time no see. Uncle Jiadan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image and the aura I collected." Song Yishe took the initiative to hand over 2 Gu worms. "Let me take a look at the token first," Song Jiadan said slowly. Even though he knew Song Yishe and Song Xiachi, he was impartial. He needed Song Chi-yuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jiadan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the 2 Gu worms in Song Yishe's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. "I can't deduce it." "What?" At once, be it the expectant Song Xiachi or the confident Song Yishe, they were both extremely shocked. "Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you not deduce it?" Song Yishe shouted. Little sure, don't be anxious. Song Xiaqi's expression was solemn. Cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from northern plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you can't deduce it? Song Jiadan was still expressionless. His voice was deep and slow. What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it? I only have rank 7 cultivation level. Even though I have some reputation, that is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes and heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Song Xiaqi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan, it is not that I am humble, but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Song Yishur said unwillingly, Uncle Jiadan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. Then he said, there are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not in Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has wisdom path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other wisdom path Gu immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xingxiangzi was not in Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to northern plains? Second, how could Xingxiangzi have wisdom path attainment that could resist Song Jiadan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jiadan? Was it Nan Gong tribe's Gu immortal Huan? Or Dragon Head Tortoise immortal in Adversity Sea? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Song Yishur requested. Song Jiadan rejected directly. No. The clan is making a huge move. We are fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods. I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jiadan did not do your best. Song Yishur heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily, all right, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jiadan slowly closed his eyes. Song Yishur was ignored at the side. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xingxiangzi was a small matter. Song Yishur was pampered, but she cared about the big picture and the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Feng Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time, he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Feng Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Star Fire Escape, and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Star Fire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Song Yishur's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Feng Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Shan Nanzhang's traces. The predecessors of these 2 killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Feng Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity, in this short period of time, perfecting Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3 Star Path Immortal Gu. Of course, the main reason is that my star path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, moving perspective goo appeared in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. The information contained in the goo came from Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya has finally completed the relocation of Langya Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of immortal goo now. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land Spirit of Langya, and then relocate Star Form Blessed Land. In Feng Yuan's plan, Star Form Blessed Land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in Northern Plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, immortal Blessed Land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Star Form Blessed Land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulan knew the location of Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan knew, that meant Fairy Li Shan also knew. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. Since he was the owner of Star Form Blessed Land now, he naturally had to move the Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 907. Immediately, Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the three continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a fourth continent made of cloud soil. The Blessed Land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the Blessed Land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many Hairy Man Goo masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for Hairy Man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Feng Yuan after seeing him. Feng Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the Hairy Man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the three continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Feng Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya Sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The Hairy Man Goo Immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these Hairy Man Goo Immortals to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the Blessed Land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the three continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man Goo master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Bai Sheng's forceful attack. The Land Spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya Blessed Land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the Land Spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The Land Spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. There were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him. to refine Gu. But Fang Yuan only muttered this in his mind. He would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the land spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world. Humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fang Yuan raised hairy men as Gu refinement slaves. The land spirit of Langya knew about this situation. He would never accept it. He would even fall out with Fang Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men, when they were discussing the compensation for Langya Blessed Land's battle earlier, he knew that the land spirit of Langya definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fang Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land will go through this iron and blood transformation. The hairy man Gu immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya Blessed Land also went through such a transformation. That was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya Blessed Land's situation is very complicated. Even though 2 hairy man Gu immortal spies jumped out, it is hard to say that there will not be a 3rd or 4th spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Bai Sheng and the rest were actually able to develop such spies. Their methods are simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked. He brought up an old topic. "Oh, you want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right?" Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. "Look, I have already prepared them." The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked. He received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fang Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fang Yuan's foundation. He was very surprised. This kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones? Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good. He owes a huge debt and also favors. It will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. He did not agree with Fang Yuan's actions. But he also understood. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished. He would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fang Yuan and attempt to turn Fang Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fang Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know. He was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fang Yuan's private property. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Feng Yang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sandwiched between the 2 super forces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. He could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wan Xiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao Clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these 2 were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back, From when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fang Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal Gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal Gu, a total of 16, to relocate the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arawana's shape, bones, flesh, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fang Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star Form Blessed Land. After completing this step, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal Gu. He started to deduce according to the method that the Land Spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging, while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in Star Form Blessed Land. After a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Fang Yuan obtained 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams. These 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large Gu formation diagram corresponded to Star Form Blessed Land. It had 8 formation cores. The small Gu formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal Gu to control the formation. The 2 large and small Gu formation diagrams together required 12 immortal Gu. Chapter 908. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the Gu formation diagram, under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in Star Form Blessed Land and set up the corresponding immortal Gu. Star Form Blessed Land lacked space path Dao marks. The Land Spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations. Some were near and some were far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Fang Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Yuan returned to his original location and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, Star Form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark. It was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. Without further ado, Feng Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back, there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Feng Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of this spine-fin star dragonfish's body according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-form blessed land. Thus, Feng Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Feng Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him. Even 1 or 2 immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next, it was time for the most crucial part of moving the blessed land. Feng Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-form blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Feng Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead, it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then, it slowly converged and finally condensed into Feng Yuan's pupils. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star dragonfish shook intensely. The small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spine-fin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spine-fin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Feng Yuan breathed heavily before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-form blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-form blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The moment star-form blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Feng Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Feng Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable. It started to erupt in the abyss. Feng Yuan did not care about these minor details. He placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and star-form blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Feng Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Feng Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed. The 2 finally made contact. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-form blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Feng Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Feng Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home. It was placed on the spine-fin star arawana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Langya used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient desolate beast. Then, when the ancient desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures and could not use any other immortal goo, otherwise, the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time, he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arawana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arawana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the two immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long Hair Ancestor, but in history, he was as famous as Long Hair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long river of Gu immortal history, one of the three refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era, he had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Gu immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kong Ju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal goo that Fang Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal goo was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a Gu immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this. Using the large and small Gu formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Long Hair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kong Ju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yin, Long Hair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Gu Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Gu Immortals. Time elapsed, and the world changed. Countless years had passed, and now, it was Fang Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Let's go there. Fang Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed. The pressure on its body was huge. It felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langya had moved away from Langya Blessed Land, but it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan did not relocate to Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation, but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Gu immortals. Just like that, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star arowana. Fang Yuan's destination was Star Form Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively. It often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fang Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star arowana. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fang Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star arawana's injuries were too severe. It could not move anymore. Thankfully, the immortal goo were not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal goo were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fang Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. Even its beast soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fang Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, star-form blessed land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. Chapter 909. Fang Yuan entered star-form blessed land. After star-form blessed land was relocated, heaven and earth chi shook. An earthquake occurred in star-form blessed land. Only when star-form blessed land landed again did it absorb the endless earth chi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time, Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend star-form blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya had told Fang Yuan about this. Langya Blessed Land's losses were much greater than Fang Yuan's star-form blessed land. Thus, normally speaking, blessed lands would not be relocated. Where is the Land Spirit? Fang Yuan summoned the Land Spirit. Star-form Land Spirit's eyes were red. He could not understand why his master was moving. Under star-form Land Spirit's lead, Fang Yuan started to inspect star-form blessed land. First, he had to inspect star-form blessed land's four main sources of income: Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom. It had not dried up completely. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground in Broken Star Lake healed. The lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost, and for some time to come, for some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake. Only seaweed and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to immortal blessed land by Fang Yuan a long time ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land. Living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Fang Yuan went to the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the Meteorite Sinkhole, and the Stardust Meadow. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the forest of Arrow Bamboo was unscathed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of Arrow Bamboo. It was a close shave. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was Star-form Blessed Land's largest breeding ground. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and stored them in immortal blessed land. He did not expect the arrow bamboo forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burnt to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The stardust meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before immortal goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, star-form blessed land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Fang Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore star-form blessed land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored. Fang Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, star-form blessed land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire blessed land. But star-form blessed land's terrain is special. I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Langya blessed land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Fang Yuan. Before leaving, he said, "If you need to relocate, you can find me." Needless to say, he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month, he had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The land spirit of Langya continued, "If you join my Langya sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow goo at a discount. I will think about it." Fang Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Langya. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined, he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal goo to Tai Bai Yunxing. Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunxing about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Bai Yunxing told him that Song Yishur and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Bai Yunxing because of this. At this rate, our relationship will be exposed soon. Fang Yuan muttered, "I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter." Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He was not shaken by external pressure. He shook his head. "The time is not right yet. There are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Let's wait and see." Who immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Fang Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed in the end," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting down, sitting directly on a short jilin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short G-forest was already very rare. Right now, the underground cave was filled with G-forests. These G-forests were very different from before. Not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood-red in color. It turned out that after Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th Blood Begonia earthly calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary G-forest had turned into a blood G-forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suitable for G-forests to grow. But after turning into a blood G-forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood G-forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood G-forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days, Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. He was focused on developing star-form blessed land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, who immortal blessed land would have to be abandoned. Star-form blessed land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, star-form blessed land's value and significance to Fang Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Star Form Blessed Land. As for Star Form Blessed Land's construction plan, Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Star Form Blessed Land. After some calculations, the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain. Star Form Blessed Land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside. The terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the Blessed Land. But if it was a three-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing, it would fall to the edge of the Blessed Land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fang Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Langya, forcefully creating a cloud cover continent in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star-Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the Blessed Land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But Star Form Blessed Land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in Star Form Blessed Land was much better than in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Fang Yuan lacked funds. The 2,000 Immortal Yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Langya. Thus, these last days, he could only repair the 4 resource points in Star Form Blessed Land. The Arrow Bamboo Forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moon well water. The Meteorite Pit and Broken Star Lake were completely restored. The Star Fragment Grass Field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Fang Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the Star Path inheritance and obtained Star Shoot Immortal Goo, Spring Star Rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they had not been moved yet. Firstly, he needed to construct the river system first. It would be best to move these dragonfish and others after that. Secondly, Star Form Blessed Land was facing a heavenly tribulation. Why was Star-Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6, rank 1 Gu Immortal. He was facing his second heavenly tribulation. Because in the battle with Song Zixing, his foundation was injured, and he lost the confidence to pass the tribulation. He had no choice but to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and bring Shi Lei along to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan was still hesitating. Should he move these resources before the heavenly tribulation arrived? Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Guyue Fangjing, who had been imprisoned by him, seemed to have accepted his fate. His eyes were dim as he sat paralyzed in the cell, not moving. Evidently, the truth behind the Crane Gate's attempt to kill him and his Master Tincheru's attempt to possess him was a huge blow to him. As per usual, Fang Yuan stood in front of him and said a few words. Chapter 9-10. Fang Yuan was not anxious. As long as Guyue Fangjing could eat prison food, it meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset and view of the world to get closer to Fang Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Fang Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfang Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfang Naganori, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhangling, Snowy Mountain Shuesong Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gu Pai. These last days, other than constructing Star Form Blessed Land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present, He had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Feng Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfang Naganori's soul. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. My memories have already been searched by you, but recently, you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy and need to decipher battlefield killer moves. Towards Dongfang Naganori's sudden words, Feng Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, "That's right. These last days, I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time." Soul searching could be understood as reading a book. It was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book, so one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way, one could learn more. Dongfang Naganori's soul smiled. "Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice." No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me and I will treat you as my most capable assistant. That's a good suggestion. Feng Yuan nodded and smiled. But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons. The faint smile on Feng Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. Dongfang Naganori's soul twitched violently, and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dongfang Naganori a good lesson. Feng Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling. The other room was Shuesong Zi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path methods, they had Wind Path and Snow Path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Feng Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these 2 souls had already been searched by Feng Yuan several times. From Shuesong Zi's soul, Feng Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in snowy mountain blessed land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Feng Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, who was unfathomable, Feng Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shuesong Zi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shuesong Zi were both part of Snowy Mountain. They were allies. Knowing that Feng Yuan caused Shuesong Zi's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Feng Yuan, she would inform old ancestor Shui who due to the alliance agreement. And in Zhengling's soul, Feng Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete wind path inheritance from Zhengling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge. The resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Feng Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven Fragment world, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Shadua and other Gu immortals. It was a tiger's den. Feng Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Feng Yuan received Tai Bai Yunqing's letter. It told Feng Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture before coming out. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. Come, let me introduce you. This is the famous Xing Xiangzi. Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me, ugh. As he spoke, Fang Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal goo that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal goo survived. Some were even shattered into pieces. He. Xing Xiangzi, you offended Song clan. This wisdom path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly goo immortal spoke. Another thin, middle-aged female goo immortal had a cold and arrogant expression. She said with a trace of disdain, "That's right. Right now, among the 3 publicly recognized strongest wisdom path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later." The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan. Hua An is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the 3 publicly recognized wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time. You will be deduced sooner or later. Xing Xiangzi nodded, cupping his fists towards the 3 goo immortals. I have learned a lot. Thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal goo on him were wisdom path defensive methods. They were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. All right, Brother Xing Xiang, let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly goo immortal who spoke earlier. This is the demonic path goo immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path and wisdom path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female goo immortal. This is the wisdom path goo immortal Xie Shufang, Master Xie. Finally, the smiling fat goo immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xin. He cultivates space path and has wisdom path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all 3 of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female goo immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, "It is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song Clan. Don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song Clan is going all out to fight for ascending Heaven Plane. They are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song Clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause Lu Blessed Land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble." These words were said without mercy. Many goo immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xing Xiangzi would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression sank, while Bu Dan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this goo immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. Master Xie is right. Song Clan is a super force with huge assets. How can I resist such an existence? Thus, I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains goo immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed. Of course. Brother Xing Xiang has great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry. As long as you do not do anything to Song Yishur, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry. I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yishur bathing. In the end, I caused this storm. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Budan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I trust Brother Xing Xiangzi. Let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, the immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky. A thunderstorm was approaching. Intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand. Their numbers increased rapidly. Without any pause, they immediately attacked Fang Yuan and the rest. The moment Fang Yuan, Budan, and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden goo worm. It was just a race against time. Chapter 9:11. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than over equal to if the Goo Immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden goo worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul Battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden goo worms, but now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time, he had been holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and studying. His Wisdom Path methods had improved. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo's effect was to help Goo Immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core to deduce a simple Immortal Killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an Immortal Killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Goo Immortal wanted to design a brand new Immortal Killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Goo Immortal would not be able to complete the Immortal Killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fang Yuan's inheritance contained so many incomplete Immortal Killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Goo to perfect some incomplete Immortal Killer moves, creating Star Fire Escape that reflected Star Thoughts. But now, he had to create a Wisdom Path Killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fang Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo is very similar to Unravel Battlefield Killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches Master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move to counter battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fang Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure, and it had little to do with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use battlefield killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later, the better. If these battlefield killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fang Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Fang Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Budan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves, but each attack could only destroy one hidden goo worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan focused on observing the 3 new goo immortals. These 3 goo immortals all had wisdom path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fang Yuan was that elderly goo immortal, the demonic path goo immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His wisdom path inheritance was unique. It only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 Ghost Finger formed seals as his 9 finger phantoms danced around. He muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal goo flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal goo flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden goo worms. Some mortal goo could only destroy 1 spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden goo worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fang Yuan, but his wisdom path attainment level was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fang Yuan guessed that since the other party was a space path goo immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods? But normally speaking, space path goo immortals had more space path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits, like a cat's eyes. He was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon, he was covered in sweat. He was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden goo worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lu Tan Xian attacked, at least 8 hidden goo worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting. They needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired. His attack frequency was falling. Thus, overall, Lu Tan Xian was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tan Xian to Fang Yuan, he said that he had wisdom path attainment. And when he introduced 9 Ghost Finger, he said that 9 Ghost Finger also cultivated wisdom path. Then, the person that Shark Demon introduced, the wisdom path goo immortal Xie Shufang, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3. Fang Yuan looked at Xie Shufang. As expected, Xie Shufang stood proudly in the air. 2 streams of light, one yellow and one white, were being breathed out continuously. The yellow and white streams of light were extremely fast. They tore through the air and destroyed 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams of light weakened. But when they returned to Xie Shufang's nose, they regained their vigor, and when they breathed out again, they had a majestic aura. A solemn light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. These 2 streams of light had extraordinary power. They were clearly immortal killer moves. The power of immortal killer moves was truly different from Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed internally. My wisdom path attainment level is not high enough. Unravel mystery immortal goo cannot be used properly. So be it. Attainment level is something that needs a long time to accumulate. But if I had Star Thought immortal goo, according to Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, I would have at least 3 wisdom path killer moves that can break the battlefield killer move. 2 of them are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than this yellow and white stream of light. The wisdom path inheritance that originated from Dongfang Naganori was clearly more outstanding than the wisdom path inheritance that Xie Shufang had. What Fang Yuan wanted the most now was Star Thought immortal goo. On one hand, he had a huge need for Star Thought itself. Fang Yuan's stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been refining Star Thought mortal goo for many years. If he had star-thought immortal goo, this stone nest could be used to increase the production of air sac goo. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone would earn more. On the other hand, star-thought immortal goo was one of the two cores of the immortal killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to immortal goo Dark Limit. It could allow the goo immortal to resist other people's deductions, causing others' deductions to be vague and unclear. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance also had many top-tier mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them before, but against the deductions of people like Song Jiadan, they had almost no effect. Fang Yuan's true body stepped into Eastern Sea. The mortal goo that he had set up on his body self-detonated. The defense of the mortal killer move crumbled. Evidently, in the future, if Fang Yuan fled to the ends of the world and was chased by the entire world, all sorts of forces and people would try to deduce his whereabouts. Then, he would need at least one immortal killer move to protect himself and defend against other people's deductions. Facts had already proven that mortal wisdom path killer moves, even if they were top tier, were useless no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortals and mortals. But there are many difficulties in refining star-thought immortal goo. Firstly, funds. I had just spent 2,000 immortal yuan stone. My finances are limited. Even if I have enough funds to buy all the immortal materials, I will need time and luck. Moreover, the success Dao marks on me have already been used to refine change form immortal goo. No matter how much I prepare, if I am unlucky and encounter a failure rate, I will not be able to refine star-thought immortal goo. As for other people obtaining star-thought immortal goo in advance, the chances are very small. After all, Dongfang Naganori detonated star-thought immortal goo not long ago. Time passed. 15 minutes passed. In the Fighting Soul battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. An endless army of soul beasts surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Compared to the dense army of soul beasts, the position that Fang Yuan and the rest occupied was like a sesame seed on a cake. However, Shark Demon and the rest did not despair. They still retained their fighting spirit and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the rest had seen the light of success in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fight! Shark Demon gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to go all out now. He activated the Remnant Profound Ice House without hesitation. The Remnant Profound Ice House enveloped everyone. It was like a white meteor that rampaged through the dense army of soul beasts. Along the way, countless soul beasts were crushed to pieces. Even desolate-level soul beasts could not block the collision of the Remnant Profound Ice House. Boom, boom, boom. But the ancient soul beasts had enough strength. They surrounded the Remnant Profound Ice House and attacked. Chapter 9:12. Persevere, persevere. Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the Remnant Ice House, the immortals were shouting loudly. They had already lost their composure. Outside the Remnant Ice House, soul beasts were densely packed. They were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire Profound Ice House. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bu Dan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it, at this moment, Fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Bu Dan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Su Baiman muttered. Although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was, there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining goo worms contained core immortal goo. They were hard to decipher. Secondly, the immortals were inside the Remnant Ice House. Their methods were greatly restricted. They could not act freely like before. Immortal goo houses had comprehensive offense and defense. They could advance and retreat. They were like fortresses. They had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more goo immortals inside the immortal goo house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the immortal goo house. Thus, the immortal goo house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the goo immortals were only providing power to the immortal goo house. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing, and investigative methods all depended on the immortal goo and mortal goo used to construct the immortal goo house. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xie Shufang, and the others' original methods could not be used because of the immortal goo house's obstruction. From this point, ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by immortal goo houses in the history of goo cultivation, facts prove that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the immortal goo used to construct them. Their abilities were fixed. Their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus, they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man goo immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the goo immortal's killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an immortal goo house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. Are we going to fail again this time? Su Baiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, Xie Shufang stood up, saying to Shark Demon with a solemn expression, "I can get rid of these hidden goo worms, but the price of my method is huge. If you can give me one of these immortal goo as compensation, I can help." Shark Demon had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly. Su Baiman also had a fierce gaze. He had an unfriendly expression. Xie Shufang's actions. She was using the chance to extort him. But at this moment, they were already at their wits' end. If they wanted to get past this obstacle, they could only rely on Xie Shufang. But Xie Shufang immediately asked for immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable. This was an exorbitant demand. But Shark Demon quickly thought about it. He was silent for a while before agreeing. "You can only take one immortal goo. That is my bottom line." He had gone through an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to snatch this mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that he would give to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would belong to Shark Demon and Subai Man. This immortal zombie couple had invested more and more in the early stages. They were already suffering a huge loss. The immortal goo and Yulu Blessed Land were part of their assets. It could be said that Xie Shufang's words were like digging a hole in their hearts. But undeniably, Shark Demon was someone who could do great things. He could adapt to the situation and was able to size up the situation. He actually endured this and agreed to Xie Shufang's request. Fang Yuan praised him inwardly for this. Xie Shufang heard Shark Demon's concession and nodded without hesitation, smiling. "Sir Shark Demon, I am not such a greedy person. It is just that one of the immortal goo and the battlefield killer move is very suitable for me. No matter how many immortal goo there are, I do not dare to take them. I owe you a favor this time." "Then let's ask Master Xie Shufang to make a move." Su Baiman crossed his arms, speaking in a stiff tone. This immortal goo was not so easy to obtain. Everyone was waiting. Xie Shufang's expression was solemn as her aura rose steadily. At the same time, a dazzling black and white light appeared on her body. The black and white light continued to revolve, quickly condensing into a huge ball. The huge ball used black, white, and gray to depict a vivid image of an intense battle. In the image, the remnant icehouse was a white at the center. The surroundings were pitch black and filled with soul beasts. And the hidden goo worm's location was in the middle of this soul beast army. It was like a star, flickering. Its location was clearly marked. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Clear image. Xie Shufang breathed in deeply. She slowly stretched out her finger into the image. She used her index finger and thumb to pinch a hidden spot, then exerted a little force as the fingertips of the two fingers moved closer to each other. All the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xie Shufang twirled her two fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xie Shufang's Wisdom Path Killer move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all. It was truly amazing. Even Fang Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xie Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fang Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master. She was indeed skilled. Even though Fang Yuan relied on his outstanding Wisdom Path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lu Tan Xian, and Nine Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a goo immortal like Xie Shufang who mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Eventually, Xie Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden goo worms, and successfully captured an immortal goo. When she took out this immortal goo from the split brightness map, the other goo immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal goo, Fighting Soul Battlefield quickly broke apart. The remaining immortal goo and a small number of mortal goo disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal goo house after all. It firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon, they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After fighting Soul Battlefield, the immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than the 8 huge doors, there was nothing else. But the strongest Wisdom Path Goo immortal, Xie Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the immortals, be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of Fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with. Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Goo immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the open door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon, and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the Goo immortals would have to fight alone. They would be isolated, and without help, there would be no other Goo immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the Goo immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces. Each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise, they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful in trapping people. Without Wisdom Path Goo immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Goo immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward. They might even be trapped to death inside. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks. She was more inclined towards fighting. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic Star Thought Immortal Goo in the inheritance. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. His situation was very awkward. This is only the first space. There is still time to return, Xie Shufang reminded. The battlefield killer move earlier could still be used to probe, but against the 8 Doors Labyrinth, the Goo immortals probing would be throwing away their lives. They could not even probe. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder and harder. I think we are close to opening it. Shark Demon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using the remnant Profound Ice House, the immortals forcefully left Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip, even though Shark Demon and the rest successfully unraveled the Battle Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The one who truly benefited the most was Xie Shufang. She was very happy to obtain an immortal goo as her spoils of war. Chapter 9:13. Even though they unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, because of the Battlefield Killer Move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon's group had no choice but to leave Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with the other Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing followed Shark Demon and Su Baiman to Shark Sea, where they were entertained by Shark Demon and his wife. Brother Xing Xiang, how confident are you in unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth? During the banquet, Shark Demon asked bluntly. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He shook his head with a solemn gaze. I am ashamed. I do not have any confidence. Even you do not have confidence? Su Baiman said in disappointment. Fang Yuan pondered. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal goo, I will have 30% confidence. Unfortunately, even though I have been accumulating immortal materials, I am still far from the immortal goo refinement standard. Refining immortal goo is too difficult. Shark Demon heard Fang Yuan's words and his eyes brightened, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xing Xiangzi more than once. He could see Fang Yuan's foundation. He indeed lacked a wisdom path immortal killer move. After unraveling the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon had a better idea. Big Bag Lu Tan Xin and the demonic path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger could not compare to Fang Yuan in wisdom path methods. There was no need to mention Budan. Xie Shufang was quite amazing, far surpassing Fang Yuan. But she was a righteous path Gu Immortal. Not only was she incompatible with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was also too big. This time, Shark Demon and the rest did not get anything, while Xie Shufang obtained an immortal goo, taking the biggest share. No matter how magnanimous Shark Demon was, losing an immortal goo still made him feel great heartache. Even though he unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, he still had a huge grudge against Xie Shufang. He was just restraining himself. With Shark Demon's personality, he would sooner or later seek revenge. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Looking at the chairman, Shark Demon's eyes brightened and dimmed. He said slowly, I won't hide it from the two lords. My wisdom path inheritance is still complete. If I have that wisdom path immortal goo, I will be able to use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will rise greatly. Even if she's weaker than Xie Shufang, she's not that far off. Shark Demon nodded his head and changed the topic. He did not continue on this topic. Fang Yuan did not finish his words. He did not go overboard. But how could Shark Demon not understand what Fang Yuan meant? Xing Xiangzi's words have a deeper meaning. He wants me to help him refine wisdom path immortal goo. However, in this kind of transaction, I will suffer the greatest loss. It's fine if I can refine it, but if I can't, I'll have wasted a large amount of my investment. That's one disaster after another. Shark Demon pondered and rejected the idea of funding Fang Yuan to refine immortal goo. In fact, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. In attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Baiman had invested a lot of effort and money, but so far, there was little effect. This time, they invited 3 wisdom path helpers. They even bled a lot. Even if Shark Demon and Su Baiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, they were showing signs of exhaustion at this point. Refining immortal goo. It might be a bottomless pit. Unless he had no other choice, Shark Demon would never choose this. Towards Shark Demon's attitude, although Fang Yuan felt some regret, he had expected it. There was not even a trace of disappointment. In order to relocate the Blessed Land, he had spent most of his immortal Yuan stone. With his current wealth, it would take a long time to gather the standard immortal materials to refine Star Thought immortal goo. It doesn't matter if Shark Demon didn't take the bait. The important thing is to infiltrate Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his main goal. Shark Demon was also willing to let Fang Yuan join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Why? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on the same side as Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This way, with the restriction of Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon would be able to use Fang Yuan's help more easily when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He would be able to use him more easily. This was very helpful to Shark Demon's current development plans. Helping Xing Xiangzi was helping Shark Demon himself. Thus, after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later, in the air, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying rapidly. This is the Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below as he introduced. In fact, even without his indication, Fang Yuan had already noticed the special sea area below. Yellow Spring Sea area. The seawater was an earthy yellow color. It was like a large river mixed with sand and sand. The waves were rolling and undulating. But in fact, there was no sand floating in the Yellow Spring Sea area. The seawater itself was a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is a very special sea area. The closer you get to the center of the sea area, the fewer living beings there are. This is the largest zombie farm in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, using his investigative method. His gaze pierced through the sea surface and reached the depths of the sea. He saw countless corpses floating in the sea, large numbers of zombie fish, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles and others were swimming in the water, killing each other. At the bottom of the sea, there were gray-white rotting corals. They emitted an intense stench that polluted the surrounding seawater. The seaweeds were pale white bandages of seaweed. They floated with the currents like white silk used to hang people. These last 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents to fly for a day and a half, passing through more than 10 sea areas before arriving at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, the Yellow Spring Sea area. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the 5 regions, to be able to control such a huge territory in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed sincerely. Shark Demon laughed heartily. In the other 4 regions, Zombie Alliance is inferior, but in Eastern Sea, this is Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It is powerful and can suppress other super forces. Brother Xing Xiang, it was a wise decision for you to join such a powerful force. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a public blessed land as their headquarters. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World. It was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fang Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. It was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death energy and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead. Their immortal apertures are also dead lands. How can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living Gu immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled. Xing Xiang Zi, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living Gu immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land. There is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old Gu immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xing Xiangzi, you are also interested in this method? Hee, that's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results. How to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? Wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture? It did not have the potential to advance further? But now, Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words, and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead. They did not need to consider lifespan limitations. It could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fang Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fang Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom goo? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom goo, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, that would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually. There will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Brother Xingxiang, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can make contributions to Zombie Alliance. You can use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a fervent expression on his face. But he was calm inwardly. He knew that Shark Demon was tricking him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance before. He already knew that to exchange for this level of research success, he would have to make huge contributions to Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of Undying Country. There was a mountain range of corpses there. On top of dozens of mountain peaks were tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan into one of them. Half a day later, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the palace. Fang Yuan had an identity token in his hand, as well as information path mortal goo. He could use it to transmit all sorts of information in Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan successfully became a member of Zombie Alliance. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 9:14. Compared to the first time Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. With Eat Strength, Change Form, and Star Mark as the cores, Fang Yuan could transform into a Star Path Goo Immortal or Star Path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see any rank 8 Goo Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xingxiangzi was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Goo Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong. They have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fang Yuan analyzed. 7 days later, BC, countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors. They were as large as small boats. They were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the flower sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the bee sea. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea, when they reached the bee sea area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Goo Immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the 2 sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yishur and the rest would not pursue Xingxiangzi's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xingxiangzi's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yishur with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xing Xiangzi currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time, he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time, 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shark Demon, and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yishur on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yishur took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. "I did not mean to offend Fairy Yishur. It was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishur retorted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. "If I had seen Fairy Yishur's face, I would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then, there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly?" Song Yishur snorted coldly. She remembered the situation clearly. In the underwater volcano, she was not vigilant at all. How could she have set up any immortal killer move? Even if there was some fog, Song Yishur had cleared it in advance. She did not like her vision being blocked. But Song Yishur did not refute Fang Yuan's nonsense. Even if this wretched old man in front of her really saw her naked, Song Yishur would deny it and not admit it. Song Clan's 2 Gu immortals had relaxed expressions. They even pitted Xing Xiangzi inwardly. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly earlier. In fact, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had already investigated Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishur did not inspect the underwater volcano carefully, it was exposed. Xing Xiangzi only took a glance, and because of the fog, he did not see anything. But he had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones. This price was too high. In the end, Song Clan was a super force. They had a lot of assets. If Xing Xiangzi had offended others, it would have been fine, but the problem was that he offended Song Yishur. Song Yishur was not a problem, but behind her was Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon representing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance in this negotiation, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being slightly stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones to settle this matter. Xing Xiangzi, even though this matter is over, you better not appear in front of me again. Song Yishur said these words before flying away resolutely. The other 2 Gu immortals from Song Clan had a much more relaxed attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lord Subai Man, we will be taking our leave. Take care." Shark Demon returned the greeting. At this point, this storm finally subsided. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng to visit Shark Sea again. But Fang Yuan declined. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could give him good rewards. He could use them to earn immortal yuan stones to repay his debts. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection. He consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance's structure was loose. It would not restrict his freedom too much. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. It really made Shark Demon believe that he was a rogue cultivator who valued personal freedom the most. Since Fang Yuan refused, Shark Demon and Subai Man did not insist. The couple also needed time to prepare for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with Shark Demon and the rest, Fang Yuan accepted some divination quests from the East Sea Zombie Alliance. He was cautious by nature. Even if he was going to put on an act, he had to go all the way. He would never leave any flaws in these minor details. Fang Yuan had the mission token and an information path Mortal Goo for communication. It was very convenient for him to take missions. He did not need to go to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to personally enter the Undying Kingdom's Blessed Land. After all, there was a rank 8 immortal zombie guarding that place. In front of such an existence, Fang Yuan was not confident in his vaguely familiar face killer move. It was also because he lacked confidence. Even though I spent 600 immortal yuan stones, as long as I can successfully enter Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, I will be able to use them. It is worth it. Next, I have to wait patiently for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to give me some missions related to Northern Plains. For example, a mission to collect resources unique to Northern Plains, or a mission to inspect Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was progressing smoothly. At this point, he only needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to secretly return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng parted ways with him. He used landscape as before to make friends everywhere in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan only spent a short time to complete the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance deduction quests. They were all completed. If it were in the past, these deduction quests would have taken Fang Yuan months. But now, Fang Yuan only used a few days. Fang Yuan gradually felt that his wisdom path attainment had increased by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, the 500 years of suffering, glory, and ups and downs had turned him into a person skilled in scheming and scheming. Thus, Fang Yuan's nature was very compatible with wisdom path cultivation. Adding on his excellent wisdom path inheritance and rank 9 wisdom gu, how could Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment not increase by leaps and bounds? After completing these quests, Fang Yuan did not hand them over immediately. This speed was too shocking. It did not match his wisdom path attainment. As for the immortal yuan stone that he owed Tai Bai Yunsheng and Shark Demon, Fang Yuan did not care about it. Tai Bai Yunsheng's dead. Fang Yuan did not even need to pay it back. Shark Demon's dead. Fang Yuan would be able to pay it back in a few days. Guts Gu were in short supply. It was still very popular. His other businesses were also operating normally, even though Star Form Blessed Land had been moved. As a result, the 4 great resources of Star Form Blessed Lands were damaged. But Fang Yuan's monthly profit was still close to 1,000 immortal yuan stone. But even so, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the large-scale reconstruction of Star Form Blessed Land or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, a huge amount of funds. Besides that, there was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a large number of Immortal Gu that needed to be fed. If the Immortal Gu really starved to death, Fang Yuan's losses would be too great. Searching for lifespan Gu, teaching Fang Jing, interrogating the captives, constructing the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, modifying immortal killer moves, cultivating wisdom path methods for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, purchasing Gu worms, purchasing strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, the experience of raising hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree. All these matters were complicated. Fang Yuan had to deal with them. Even though his immortal zombie body did not rest, Fang Yuan still felt that he did not have enough time. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Maybe one day, the matter of him toppling 88 Jinyang Tower would be found out and exposed. Thus, he had to use this final opportunity to develop and get rid of his flaws. Fang Yuan wanted nothing more than to split time, or even split himself into 2 halves to use. While he was busy, Fang Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fang Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In Northern Plains, after old ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains was very calm. But Fang Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley. He knew about Qinyang Lao Jun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer Northern Plains was, the more Fang Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song Clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of Ascending Heaven Plane. A few days later, Western Desert. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance. He was transacting with Shao Clan's Gu Immortals. These are the goods. Check them. Fang Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Shao Clan's Gu Immortal was Shao Shirang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Shao Hu Qi, they were known as Shao Clan's civil and military duo. After Shao Shirang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. There are no problems. Catch. He threw an immortal yuan stone to Fang Yuan. But different from before, other than the immortal yuan stone, There was also a token and an information path mortal goo. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Floating astronomy. Chapter 9:15. It is a pleasure to do business with you. Our Shao Clan hopes to continue the trade of regretful spiders as much as possible. The token in your hand is Shao Clan's transaction token. With this token, you will be Shao Clan's trading partner. You can enjoy many preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path mortal goo. Of course, you can reject this token. Xiao Shirang said. Fang Yuan received the transaction token, feeling joyful. In fact, his transaction with Shao Clan, other than selling regretful spiders to earn immortal Yuan stones, the other reason was this transaction token. Western Desert was the most developed region in the 5 regions. Every superforce would issue their own transaction token. However, the Shao Clan's trade token was the most valuable one among them. Because among all the superforces in Western Desert, Shao Clan and Tian Clan had the largest business, they had the most trading partners. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, he could easily do it with Shao Clan's transaction token. Especially with Shao Clan's other trading partners, he could get along well. Of course, there were pros and cons to this. Shao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors. If he accepted Shao Clan's transaction token, he would have to get closer to Shao Clan. Fang Yuan and Tian Clan, as well as the Gu Immortals with Tian Clan's transaction token, would find it hard to do business. With this transaction token, I can officially sell dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. His monthly income of immortal meta stones would once again break through the 1,000 mark. When my other resources recover, my monthly earnings will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy. He accepted the token with a smile. Xiao Shirang also had a smile on his face. Even though in Xiao Shirang's opinion, Fang Yuan was very mysterious after Shao Clan appeared. Even after many investigations, they could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. But Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He accepted Shao Clan's transaction token. This was a move to get closer to Shao Clan. Xiao Shirang naturally had to show more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan spent the next few days roaming Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. Using the transaction token, even though it was his first time meeting, Fang Yuan successfully made several transactions of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. These transactions were mostly short-term, only 1 or 2 were long-term. However, Fang Yuan believed that with the passage of time, he would not be able to do so. As the number of transactions increased, this kind of long-term trade would increase and become more and more stable. Filled with joy, Fang Yuan left the Western Desert. But just as he stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he received a shocking piece of news. What? Song Yishur was furious. They even razed the island of the Li family village to the ground? As it turned out, the contest for ascending Heaven Plane was getting more and more intense. Initially, only 3 forces were contending, but when the situation reached a stalemate, many other forces and Gu Immortals saw an advantage and joined in. During this process, Song Yishur met the demonic path female Gu Immortal, 7 Seas Snake Lady. She was ridiculed by the latter, saying that Song Yishur's worth was only worth 600 immortal Yuan stones. Throwing dirty water at Song Yishur. After Song Yishur suffered a loss, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and killed all the mortals and beasts on the island. Then, she caused a tsunami and flooded the entire island 5 to 6 times. On this nameless island, naturally, no one survived. To other people, this was an insignificant matter. Thus, the shock in Fang Yuan's heart was not something ordinary people could understand. This way, what about Li Xiaoyao? Song Yishur and Li Xiaoyao were supposed to be a heroic couple, but because of me, Song Yishur killed 8 generations of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Is this the same as killing Li Xiaoyao? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao, who had shaken the world, no longer had a chance to step onto the stage of history. It is a pity. I was preparing to use Connect Luck to contact Li Xiaoyao in the future. Speaking of which, he is a person with strong luck. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Because of him, Eastern Sea's future situation had undergone a huge change. And Fang Yuan had no idea how wide and deep the influence of this change would be. A few days later, something that shocked Fang Yuan even more happened. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered. Countless grotto heaven fragments fell like meteors, causing countless forces and Gu immortals to fight over them. Feng Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the shattering of starry sky grotto heaven should have happened hundreds of years later. Why did it happen so early in this life? Don't tell me. Because of me, I took advantage of Star Lord Wan Xiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, causing Immortal Zombie 7 Star Child to wake up from his dream realm, causing Shirlei to fall into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and have no choice but to seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. So, when 7 Star Child fought against Combat Immortal Sect, even though he had the terrain advantage, Combat Immortal Sect was too powerful, causing 7 Star Child to see that the situation was bad and detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, causing them to perish together? Feng Yuan's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was exactly so. In Feng Yuan's previous life, 7 Star Child had been trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time, unable to wake up. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang died, Shirlei inherited this fortuitous encounter. He did not inform the sect, but instead sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered it wantonly. But after 7 Star Child was awakened by Feng Yuan, tragedy befell Shirlei. He was chased around by 7 Star Child and had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect did not forcefully suppress 7 Star Child. Since I cannot obtain it, don't even think of obtaining it. With such a thought, 7 Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and separated from Combat Immortal Sect. Thus, the incident of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment falling to the ground happened in Central Continent 2 to 300 years in advance. After receiving this news, Feng Yuan did not know what to say. Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. 88-point Jinyang Tower has fallen. Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed. Now, Eastern Sea has also changed. Li Xiaoyao is gone. Now, Central Continent has also experienced a huge change. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed in advance. At this rate, Central Continent and Eastern Sea will also change beyond recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was in chaos because of this matter. Countless Gu immortals, Gu masters, super forces, small and large forces, all flocked towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? They were all thrown to the back of Central Continent's Gu masters' minds. Regarding this, Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had collapsed at the wrong time. If it had collapsed 200 to 300 years later, Feng Yuan would have benefited a lot. Because at that time, the 5 regions' chaotic war would occur, dream realms would manifest outside, heroes would emerge endlessly, the veteran super forces would not be able to fend for themselves. It would be most beneficial to a lone cultivator like Feng Yuan. But now, the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to begin. Central Continent was ruled by the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Feng Yuan could completely foresee that the initial chaos would only last for a short time. The situation would soon be controlled by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The true beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as the Celestial Court behind them. The following development was indeed within Feng Yuan's expectations. In fact, the situation changed even faster than Feng Yuan had expected. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation and quickly came to an internal agreement, expelling all the other forces and Gu immortals. This made Feng Yuan deeply understand the enormous forces of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. What a pity for Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. What a pity for 7 Star Child. What a pity for that dream realm. Feng Yuan sighed in melancholy. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans. But now, after this change, this enormous benefit was no longer fated with him. But the following development was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang was sent to Feng Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang represented Crane Gate and invited Feng Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Don't tell me? Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The guess in his heart made him stand up in excitement. He could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly 3 times. After laughing, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. I cannot be careless. Although the possibility of it being a trap is small, I need to investigate it before agreeing. 2 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at a valley in central continent. This nameless valley was lacking in resources. It was unremarkable, but because a huge fragment of starry sky grotto heaven had fallen here, this place was surrounded by the alliance of the 10 great ancient sects. The surrounding 1,000 li had become a forbidden zone. Once other Gu immortals stepped into this area, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually barge in. Fengyang personally welcomed him into the valley. There were already over 10 Gu immortals guarding the valley. They were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lad, be careful when you enter. Look far ahead, young man. Seeing Fengyang bring Fang Yuan in, the other Gu immortals' expressions turned ugly. They either threatened or advised him. Sir, you are Fang Yuan? A female immortal in white clothes walked out from the crowd. So it is Fairy Baiqing. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. His expression did not change as he greeted her. Fairy Baiqing nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are someone my daughter often mentions in this contest for the Grotto Heaven fragment. I hope you can go easy on me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Even though Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, he had not met Fairy Baiqing. But now, this matter concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Baiqing had no choice but to appear and talk to Fang Yuan. She wanted Fang Yuan to give her face. Fang Yuan had his own plans. He agreed without hesitation. It has been a pleasant cooperation with you, Lady Baiqing, you can rest assured. Fairy Baiqing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. Fengyang, who was at the side, had a cold light flickering in his eyes. Go in. The others have already entered. You have the highest cultivation level. You are the last. Fengyang said solemnly. Fang Yuan nodded, walking forward. Inside the valley, there was a peculiar scene. It was like a mirage. The small valley that was originally filled with bushes was now a sea blue ripple. The scenery did not match. It was like a broken painting that was forcefully embedded together. This was naturally not a mirage. It was a shattered grotto heaven world. The entrance was open for anyone to explore. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to enter, Fengyang was worried, he reminded. Don't forget the place I gave you. You must occupy it. Don't worry. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He did not turn around. Under everyone's gazes, he entered the grotto heaven fragment. Chapter 9:16. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the lake in front of him was sparkling. The surface of the lake was wide and blue. After he entered this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world, he had been in this blue lake. The blue lake was huge. There were several small islands in the center of the lake. They were verdant and lush. Looking even further, at the shore of the blue lake, there was a mountain range. It was like a trace of green, gently blending with the sky. Fang Yuan was standing on the surface of the water. It was like he was standing on flat ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this method of standing on the surface of the water would be very impressive. But now, this mortal thing was insignificant to Fang Yuan. Before entering this fragment grotto heaven, Fang Yuan took a final glance behind him. Behind him, the blue lake suddenly broke apart. It was as if there was a polished mirror that had cut the surface of the lake in half. Fang Yuan looked through the mirror and could see outside. It was indeed that nameless valley in Central Continent. There were also the figures of those Gu immortals in the valley. They seemed to be looking at Fang Yuan with all sorts of complicated gazes. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. He turned around and stomped on the lake water, flying away. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not know, but the truth was, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had entered this starry sky grotto heaven. Starry sky grotto heaven was very special. It had 7 subspaces that were isolated from each other. It was not like ordinary grotto heavens. Evidently, starry sky grotto heaven had a lot of space path Dao marks, and they were quite unique. There were many desolate beasts in starry sky grotto heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon that guarded the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree, and so on. They left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. But after the intense battle and the plunder of combat immortal sect, there are also losses from the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There are very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Right now, in this Grotto Heaven, there are only 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant. As Feng Yuan flew through the air, he recalled the information Feng Yang had given him. These 2 desolate beasts and desolate plants were a desolate beast dragonfish, a scripture concealment turtle, and a netherworld grass. Dragonfish, as long as one was a goo immortal, it was a common food used to feed immortal goo. For most mortal goo, if the specific food was not enough, dragonfish meat could be used, replacing the missing parts to feed the immortal goo. Of course, immortal goo were unique. Their food was rare and strange. The dragonfish's effect was much lower. Even if it could replace part of the food, it could only be the desolate beast dragonfish meat. Among the dire beasts, the weakest is the dire beast dragonfish. According to the legends, dragonfish did not exist in this world. It was created by the Food Path sect. As for the scripture concealing turtle, this was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. Its habits were very strange. Ever since it became an adult, it had been fixed in a certain place, not moving at all. Day after day, the scripture concealing turtle's body would be covered in moss and turn into gray stones. It turned into a huge fake mountain. In addition, it was good at restraining its aura and hiding its tracks. It was not easy to find. Only when it sensed a huge calamity would it move. It would not stop until it found a suitable place to rest. Next, it would stop and shrink back into its shell, relying on wind, rain, frost, and snow to survive. If this desolate beast could be subdued, it would be more useful than killing it. The scripture concealing turtle was a pure wisdom path desolate beast. It was naturally close to wisdom path. It was a wisdom path spirit beast. It had the ability to find a safe and secluded place to live. Many wisdom path goo immortals would use the scripture concealing turtle to help them when making deductions. Feng Yuan had inherited Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. There was a method to use the newly killed scripture concealing turtle's shell to help him deduce. Evidently, subduing this scripture concealing turtle was more beneficial to the goo immortal. Moreover, it did not move and had strong defense. Combat immortal sect was not in a hurry to make a move. And the nether grass was the same. It was rooted in the ground and could not move. As long as one did not get close to it, the threat was low. A stalk of nether grass was especially beneficial to soul path goo immortals, because the nether grass contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. As time passed, it would affect the surrounding environment. The surrounding hundreds of li around the nether grass would gradually become a breeding ground for soul path goo worms. Nether grass had a powerful effect on modifying the environment of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Similarly, it was not convenient for combat immortal sect to take this nether grass, so they left it until today. But who could have expected 7-star child to have such a huge temper? He would rather destroy Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and cause it to fall. This situation was far beyond combat immortal sect's control. This fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was discussed and agreed upon by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to collect the resources inside. Feng Yang represented Crane Gate. Before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had given Feng Yuan several missions. Among them, there were 3 regarding the dragonfish, nethergrass, and the scripture concealing turtle. If you can capture these 3 alive, that would be the best. According to the agreement, you will get 1/3 of their value. Feng Yang told Feng Yuan clearly. Although Feng Yuan was Crane Gate's subordinate on the surface, that was not the case. Feng Yang was the person involved. He knew this clearly. Thus, he knew that to motivate Feng Yuan, he could only tempt him with benefits. Although Feng Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3. Because Feng Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Crane Gate had lent to him. Having immortal goo and not having immortal goo, battle strength was 2 completely different concepts. Although the dragonfish, the scripture concealing turtle, and the nether grass were powerful life forms, they did not have immortal goo. If they had immortal goo, they would have already been attacked by goo immortals because of their greed. If it was not 7-star child immortal zombie, it would be combat immortal sex people. How could they still be here? Normally speaking, in blessed lands and grotto heavens, there were basically no wild immortal goo. Because once wild immortal goo were produced, they would be taken away by the goo immortal for their own use. After all, wild immortal goo were not only useless to the management of the blessed land, it would also cause the goo immortal to have insufficient control over the blessed land. If the desolate beasts went berserk in the future, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, was awakened by Feng Yuan long ago. He was also the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He knew that there were no wild immortal goo in the Grotto Heaven. How could he not know? Even if 7-star child was occupied, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was taken over by combat immortal sect, there were no wild immortal goo. Unless it was an extremely special immortal goo that could conceal itself, it would not exist until now. According to the map, the dragonfish is in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Feng Yuan flew in the air, his gaze shining. Among the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture-concealing turtle, he was most interested in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived in groups. Beside the desolate beast dragonfish, there were large numbers of ordinary dragonfish. These, to Feng Yuan, were not a small amount of tempting wealth. To think that I would have a second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take away a third of the harvest, I will choose this group of dragonfish. Feng Yuan thought of this. He could not help but feel happy. At this time, on the small island at the center of the blue lake, a group of goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor was looking at the lake in front of them. They were in deep trouble. This group of goo masters had 5 people. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation level. Only one young goo master had the lowest cultivation level, but he also had rank 4 peak stage cultivation level. This young man's name was Wei Wuxiang. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Because he loved Fairy by Lian, he had once sparred with Fangzheng, but lost. Fangzheng gave him a way out. It was a draw. Wei Wuxiang saved his face. He felt some gratitude towards Fangzheng. He felt that he owed Fangzheng a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but because of this competition for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor specially raised his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, it was to train the rising stars of the sect. They were the hope of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking manpower. This time, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had started an intense competition for the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. 7-star child was very sinister. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with great propriety. Goo immortals could not enter the fragment worlds. They could only rely on the disciples of the sect to explore them. As mentioned earlier, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks. They were like dilapidated houses on the verge of collapse. They could only last for a short period of time. And goo immortals with Dao marks were like giants. Forcefully entering these fragment worlds was like a giant squeezing into a small house. The result would be the house breaking and the resources inside would be destroyed. In his previous life, Feng Yuan became a blood path goo immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and fell, he commanded the demonic sect's mortal goo masters to enter the fragment worlds in his place and plunder resources. But now, why could Feng Yuan enter? Speaking of which, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because Feng Yuan had the lowest cultivation level among goo immortals, he did not have many strength path Dao marks, and because of vaguely familiar face, he was constantly losing strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal goo of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Using Eat Strength Immortal Goo in reverse, expending strength path Dao marks to change the goo immortal's regional aura. There were pure strength path desolate beasts like the large horned sheep, whose flesh and blood could increase Feng Yuan's strength path Dao marks. But because of his frequent disguise recently, even after adding and subtracting, the increase in strength path Dao marks was limited. Thus, Feng Yuan could enter while other goo immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limit of the fragment world. There were very few goo immortals who had such a miserable cultivation level like him. Most importantly, his identity allowed Crane Gate to make use of him. This was the competition and plunder of the 10 great ancient sections. If Fang Yuan did not have the status of a subordinate of Crane Gate, as an outsider Gu immortal, he would never be acknowledged by the 10 great ancient sections. This was the righteous path. They paid attention to rules. Unlike the demonic path, where it depended on whose fist was bigger, they fought head-on or were sinister and vicious. The greatest rule of the demonic path was that they did not follow rules. Chapter 9:17. This damned ancient soul sect, they actually alerted the desolate beast dragonfish to stop us. At this moment, on the island in the lake, Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped. Their path was blocked. In front of them, the lake water was rumbling, creating huge waves. The water was huge and dangerous. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters frowned deeply. They looked at the lake with anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there was a huge monster's body swimming around like a mad demon. Every time it swung its tail, it would create a turbulent undercurrent and set off monstrous waves. Sometimes, the sturdy fish head would even hit the bottom of the island. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the dragonfish hit, there would be an intense explosion. The island below them shook again and again. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped on the island. They looked at the huge waves with pale expressions. They were helpless and helpless. The desolate beast dragonfish had a gentle nature. It rarely went crazy. But earlier, ancient soul sect's Gu masters used a method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go crazy. It entered a berserk state. It lost all rationality and nature. Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters might have the ability to walk on water, but they were mortals after all. They had limited primeval essence. In this situation, it was like a heavenly moat. They could not get past it. Ancient Soul Sect can actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal method given by the sect. Our Heaven's Envy Manor is also one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to Ancient Soul Sect. Elder Juning, let's use an immortal method too. Just when they were at a loss, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor suggested. Hearing an immortal method, the other Gu masters' expressions shook, their eyes shining. Elder Juning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use an immortal method, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? He continued to explain his difficulties to everyone. It turned out that before Juning came here, his sect's supreme elder had given him an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. It was a pity that this immortal Gu could be used defensively, but it could not be used here. To solve the problem of the dragonfish, it was not suitable. Master gave him an immortal Gu? What does an immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Juning's confession made everyone curious. For a moment, they forgot about the problem in front of them. They all wanted to see the glory of the immortal Gu. Juning smiled bitterly again. I won't hide it from everyone. I only took a glance at this immortal Gu before Supreme Elder planted it in my body. Right now, even I do not know where the immortal Gu is in my body, not to mention taking it out. Everyone was greatly disappointed. He sighed deeply. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly as he said with yearning, if I can have my own immortal Gu one day, that would be wonderful. The other 4 old Gu masters looked at Wei Wuxiang. He would either shake his head or smile bitterly. Wei Wuxiang was too young. It was normal for young people to dream, but only with enough experience. For example, these 4 old Gu masters would understand the difference between reality and dreams. Who did not want their own immortal Gu? Who didn't want to become a high and mighty immortal? However, the difference between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The cruel reality. Countless people's youths were destroyed. Countless people's dreams were shattered. How many people could truly become immortals? The leader, Juning, sighed. There is no good solution now. We can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we can set off. But this way, the good things will be taken away by the other 9 sections. We will only be left with leftovers. A Gu master said worriedly. What else can we do? Juning shook his head. but he did not forget to raise morale. But this is not entirely a bad thing. Let them fight for it. We can use this chance to conserve our energy. Even though immortal goo are powerful, they need immortal essence to activate them. Immortal essence is limited. Let them exhaust each other. Later on, the strength we have left behind will be even stronger. Once he said this, everyone's expressions eased up. They regained some of their morale. However, there is one thing that I have to seriously remind you of. Zhu Ning's expression turned solemn. No matter how much strength we have left behind, there are two parties that we should not provoke. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong. The other is Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. Why? Even though Feng Kim Hong and Feng Yuan are elites of my generation, they are only one person. Right now, our 10 sects have 5 people each. Their immortal methods are all mysterious and unfathomable. Why should we be afraid of them? Wei Wuxiang did not know the truth. He retorted with some dissatisfaction. That is because you do not know the inside story. Zhu Ning's gaze was solemn as he looked at the 4 Gu masters around him, saying, I only learned of this shocking news from the sect before we left. Feng Kim Hong was born into a noble family. Her parents are both Gu immortals, and they are extremely powerful existences among immortals. How shocking do you think the immortals' methods would be on someone like this? So it is like this. Wei Wuxiang was shocked. The others also showed expressions of shock. Zhu Ning continued, however, compared to Feng Kim Hong, that Feng Yuan is even scarier. Could it be that his background is even more noble than Feng Kim Hong? Everyone was bewildered. Zhu Ning frowned. I am not sure about the specifics, but this was specially told to me by the sect. Feng Yuan is much scarier than Feng Kim Hong. We should avoid him and not fight with him. Even though Feng Yuan is the #1 genius of our generation, he shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wei Wuxiang said in a doubtful tone. Could it be that he has the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave him, and it is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other Gu masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head. I only know that Crane Gate only sent Feng Yuan this time. Think about it. What does this mean? It seems that Crane Gate is very confident in Feng Yuan and thinks that he alone can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Crane Gate is not a fool. The sect also told us to avoid Feng Yuan. It seems there is a reason. I think we should follow the sect's instructions. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If Feng Yuan is the strongest, the other sects will definitely join forces to resist him. The result is still uncertain. The Gu masters discussed. One word, one word, one word, one word. Some were conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to ally with other sections. At this time, a sharp sound could be heard from the sky. Everyone frowned. Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters raised their heads and saw that in the sky, a figure was flying across the sky. This figure was extremely fast, directly piercing through the air. A long sound could be heard. In just a breath's time, it had flown over from afar. When he arrived above the small island, his figure suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the 5 Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor felt extremely abrupt. Who is it? He's actually flying at such a high altitude. He's so fast. Is he a human or a ghost? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be Feng Yuan. Everyone was shocked and their mouths fell open subconsciously. A strong gust of wind blew over. It poured into their mouths and even forced them to close their eyes. This wind was formed by the impact of Feng Yuan's rapid flight. Feng Yuan stood in the air. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The huge wave, the island, the dragonfish, the Gu masters, the surrounding situation, everything was under his control. He immediately focused his attention. They focused on the arowana. The 5 Gu masters trapped on the island were of no value to him. The wind was just a gust. It came and went quickly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Feng Yuan in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this arowana went berserk because it was hit by some soul path or wisdom path method. Feng Yuan guessed as he looked at the direction and stretched out his hand, grabbing downwards. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, smashing into the lake with great force. But strangely, when the strength path giant hand entered the lake, it did not create huge waves. Instead, wherever the giant hand passed, the water split apart, as if the lake water was cooperating with Feng Yuan. This was the effect of the strength path immortal goo pulling water, fusing into the strength path giant hand. The lake water did not obstruct Feng Yuan from capturing the arowana, it helped him instead. Adding on the fact that the arowana had gone berserk and lost its rationality, it did not try to escape. It made it easier for Feng Yuan to capture it. Roar! The arowana opened its mouth, letting out a dragon-like roar. On both sides of the fish's mouth, there were long dragon whiskers that moved like whips. The entire body of the fish struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was as steady as a mountain. Like it was made of steel, it did not move. Under Feng Yuan's will, the strength path giant hand struck, capturing the raging arowana and bringing it out of the lake. Heaven's envy Manor's 5 Gu masters were stunned. They watched in horror as Feng Yuan captured the arowana and stored it in his immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast arowana, Feng Yuan was not satisfied. He turned his attention to the other ordinary arowanas. Arowanas were social animals. There were arowanas everywhere in this lake. This time, Feng Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, pulling up lumps of lake water that carried countless arowanas into his immortal aperture. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Only after Feng Yuan finished harvesting and flew away for a while did these Gu masters regain their senses. All of them were covered in cold sweat. Wei Wuxiang's legs went limp as he sat on the ground. They finally understood the sect's intention in instructing them, as well as the helplessness behind it. Such a person is not someone we can deal with. Oh heavens, I was just trying to ally with others to deal with Feng Yuan. With such overwhelming power, has he already become an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The arowana was gone. They could set off now. But the scene earlier was too shocking. There was no intense movement. They were just watching. But Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters were breathing heavily, feeling extreme fatigue in their body and mind. Chapter 9:18. Close to 600,000 ordinary dragonfish and 1 desolate beast dragonfish. FO. Feng Yuan flew rapidly as he paid attention to his immortal aperture's gains. He had come to this fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and the first time he made a move, he had great gains. The only flaw was that many ordinary dragonfish died. Because the desolate beast dragonfish was violent and could not differentiate between friend and foe, many ordinary dragonfish around it died. Otherwise, Feng Yuan's gains would have been even greater. But this time, Feng Yuan was satisfied. Back at Dongfeng tribe's headquarters, he had only collected over 900,000 ordinary dragonfish and 1 desolate beast dragonfish. Now, his gains were more than half of that. If they were replenished to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, the original Dragon Scale Lake would not be big enough to contain these dragonfish. In the future, when the truth of 88-point Jinyang Tower's collapse is exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will have to be abandoned. There is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake anymore. It seems that after I return, I need to reconstruct Star Form Blessed Land first. At least I need to place these dragonfish inside. Feng Yuan thought as he looked around. He had unlimited primeval essence, he had many mortal investigative methods, and recently, he even had an investigative immortal killer move, Star Perception. Thus, he did not need to worry that he would miss out on anything along the way. But along the way, Feng Yuan rarely made a move. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact, it had already been plundered by combat immortal sect many times. Right now, the remaining resources that could catch Feng Yuan's attention were few and far between. Moreover, he still had to hand over 2/3 of his gains to Crane Gate. He could only get 1/3. This dealt a heavy blow to Feng Yuan's enthusiasm. This time, the 10 sects will send their disciples to compete. There is limited time to compete for the resources inside. There are only 7 days and 7 nights. After this time, the resources inside will be split up. The 10 sects will start their own plundering. There is nothing left for me to do. Thus, during this period of time, I only need to collect the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time will be used to explore that dream realm in the central area. As soon as he thought of the dream, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart burned. Before leaving, Feng had told Feng Yuan to stay. Let him occupy the central area as soon as possible. In the center of this fragment world, there was an external dreamscape. The 10 great ancient sects had already started researching Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Goo. It allowed Spirit Affinity House to hold the lead. More importantly, this dreamland had a great origin. It was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Even though Crane Gate's dream path research was far behind Spirit Affinity House, as long as they snatched this dream realm, they could stop Spirit Affinity House's development. They could even use this dream realm in their hands, negotiate with Spirit Affinity House, and exchange benefits. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resources were not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small piece of externally manifested dream. Therefore, before Feng Yang left, he specially reminded Feng Yuan of this matter. But how would he know? Where was the excitement in Feng Yuan's heart? Feng Yuan did not have a dream path Immortal Goo like Feng Kim Hong, but he had the wisdom path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, and the dream path killer move that was formed, Unravel Dream. Feng Yang invited Feng Yuan to represent Crane Gate. It was like opening the door to a thief, bringing the weasel into the chicken coop. Crane Gate did not have enough strength after all. They sent me out this time, but the other 9 sects resisted strongly. Even though Crane Gate got what they wanted, I set off far later than the other 9 sections. I need to hurry and occupy the central area to prevent any problems. Catching dragonfish was just something he did on the way. The most important thing was the external dreamscape in the central area. However, when Feng Yuan arrived at his destination, someone had already arrived. Feng Yuan, I have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong led the 4 Goo Masters of Spirit Affinity House, protecting the beautiful dream realm behind them. She looked at the greatest enemy of this trip. Her features were picturesque. Her skin was white as snow. She smiled sweetly and seemed very confident. Feng Yuan was not anxious. He also smiled. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if your Spirit Affinity House wants to occupy this area, you will have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds can you remove the right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were the righteous sects of Central Continent. They had the same origin, Celestial Court. Thus, even though there was a competition, it was not as cruel as the demonic path. It was more gentle. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. Even if I have the Immortal Goo and Immortal Essence left behind by my mother, I cannot defeat you, Feng Yuan. I waited for you to make a deal. Oh? Feng Yuan's brows rose. He said coldly, You want to make a deal with me again? Last time at the Refinement Path Convention, you cheated me quite a bit. The method you told me to get rid of an immortal zombie was actually immortal ascension from one of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to make a deal with me this time? Feng Kim Hong quickly said, Deals are always mutually beneficial. Feng Yuan, you have obtained a lot of benefits from my Spirit Affinity House. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss in this deal. Chapter 9:19. After Feng Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rockmen from his immortal aperture. Be it who immortal blessed land or star-formed blessed land, they both had a group of rockmen. Feng Yuan took most of them and brought them with him. He let them out now to act as subordinates. We pay respects to Upper Immortal. When the rockmen saw Feng Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Feng Yuan grunted. He had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Feng Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. They had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Feng Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Feng Yuan. Their battle strength rose greatly. They moved in groups of 10. Thus, even if they encountered other sex groups, Feng Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. He cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Fang Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time, he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply. He was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beast men surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Howl, howl, howl. Howl, howl, howl. Some of these beast men had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the Beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era. Fang Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage, especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human, half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and establish the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the Beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote Antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon, he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, Beastmen's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human children. Beastman tribes treated the surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt once in a while. After hunting successfully, they would hold a grand celebration of the flames. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and struggled, but the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. His whole body was covered in blood marks from the ropes. The intense pain spread throughout his body. It is useless. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. We are finished. We are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw Fang Yuan struggling. Some advised him coldly, while others cried in despair. Just as the celebration of the flames was going on, the Beastman leader suddenly shouted, "Men, bring out our most delicious food." Howl, howl, howl. The other Beastmen raised their heads and shouted in unison. A 2-meter-tall elephant man who was sitting on the ground stood up. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk and uprooted the tree trunk that was tied to the hemp rope. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children tied up by the hemp rope were like a string of tiny beads, and they were hung up amidst panicked screams. The Beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had successfully displayed his valiance laughed loudly, loosened his trunk, and smashed the tree trunk onto the ground. The children couldn't help themselves and fell to the ground. Some unlucky children were smashed to death by the tree trunk on the spot. The stench of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not suppress their bloodthirst and jumped into the field, fighting over the corpses of the children and chewing them. Delicious. The flesh of human children is so tender and smooth. Ha! Their words revealed the savagery of the beastmen race. The bonfire crackled and burned fiercely. The orcs around them opened their blood-red eyes and looked excitedly at the children who had survived. Some growled, some bared their jagged fangs, and some stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their lips. Sticky saliva flowed down their mouths, reflecting amber light in the fire. The children screamed in fear, and some fainted on the spot. But Feng Yuan discovered that only one of the girls was expressionless. Although her body was trembling and her face was as pale as paper, she pursed her lips tightly and did not make a sound. Don't tell me she is. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Before he could catch this light, the Beastman leader walked towards Feng Yuan and the others with an intense stench of blood, looking down at these weak children at his feet from a high vantage point. The fire swayed, and under the terrified gazes of many children, the Beastman leader's face was pitch black, and he bared his fangs. He spoke slowly. According to our tribe's tradition, those who untie the wind, not grass. Those who receive the blessings of heavenly deity will be spared from death. They cannot untie the wind, not grass. Gagaga. They will have the honor of becoming our great beastman's food. As soon as he said that, the Beastman leader swung his tail. A bright light flashed in the fire. The ropes were cut, and the human children regained their freedom of movement. Wind, not grass? Looking at the pile of dried grass brought by the beastmen, Feng Yuan's interest was piqued. The wind, not grass, was shaped like a lantern. It was round and round in the shape of a grass cage. It was rarely seen in the modern era. There was no wind, not grass in the 5 regions. This was the green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Only grass could be found. Run Zu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing the immemorial green heaven fragments to scatter all over the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, there were many immemorial heaven fragment worlds scattered all over the 5 regions. Beastmen worshipped heavenly deity. They had tribal beliefs. They believed that whoever untied the wind, not grass, would receive heavenly deity's favor. They could not offend heavenly deity's beloved children. So, as long as I untie the wind, not grass, I can avoid death? Feng Yuan thought rapidly. He entered this dream realm and turned into one of the children. He was not even 13 years old. He had not even opened his aperture. He was unarmed. He wanted to escape this dangerous situation. It seemed like he could only follow the rules of the beastmen and untie a wind, not grass, by himself. Even though he knew it was a dream. Dying tragically in a dream realm was not a good thing. This meant being devoured by the dream realm. Every time it was devoured, even though it would not result in true death, the soul would be heavily injured. If the soul was injured too many times, the soul would weaken. When it reached the limit of endurance, the soul would dissipate. Even if it was still alive, the person would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, every child received a piece of wind, not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance to save themselves, the children opened their eyes wide. They used every second to untie the wind, not grass, in their hands. The surrounding beastmen either laughed coldly, or bared their teeth, or licked their lips, or sharpened their claws. They surrounded Feng Yuan and the rest, looking at them with ferocious expressions. The human children were surrounded in the center, surrounded by layers of brutal beastmen. In this bonfire, the children held their breaths and focusing all their attention on the grass cages in their hands. Feng Yuan observed carefully. These grass cages were made up of all kinds of grass stems, roots, and leaves intertwined together, forming a strange grass ball. Only in the immemorial green sky, the wind blows all year round, and the direction of the wind changes. Countless plants are either uprooted or have their branches cut off. These roots, branches, and leaves, under the stirring of the wind, gradually formed this spherical grass cage. Because time was limited, the surrounding children had already started to untie the wind, not grass. Only Feng Yuan, it was his first time seeing the wind, not grass. He quietly looked at it and did not immediately take action. His uniqueness not only attracted the attention of some beastmen, it even attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention. Feng Kim Huang also entered the dream realm. Like Feng Yuan, he turned into one of the children. Feng Yuan looked very calm. He gave off a confident aura, and because he was covered in dust and could not be identified as male or female, Feng Kim Hong could not help but misunderstand. What's going on with this kid? Is she star constellation immortal venerable? Roar. Right at this time, a tiger-headed beast man suddenly roared in excitement. He stretched out his monstrous claws, quickly grabbing a human boy and throwing him into his mouth. Crack, crack. He opened his bloody mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed a large half of a child. What are you looking at? He destroyed a wind, not grass stalk. He has already failed. It is only right and proper for me to eat him. Seeing the malicious gazes around him, the tiger-headed beast man growled. As he spoke, the boy's flesh and blood could still be seen between his fangs. With this provocation, the surrounding beast men became restless. The fierce light in their eyes intensified as they looked at the other children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Come and save me. A girl broke down on the spot, holding the wind, not grass, and wailing loudly. Damn it. Why is it so difficult to get this wind, not grass? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I often play with this wind, not grass toy. The surrounding beastmen were naturally not willing to see the children successfully untie the wind, not grass. They gradually moved closer and closer. They had evil intentions, purposely shouting, threatening words, or rough breathing to disturb the children. Bastard, stay away from me. You stink. Feng Kim Hong was furious, shouting at the crocodile tail beastman behind him. The crocodile tail beastman growled angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Feng Kim Hong. He could not believe that this food in front of him had such an arrogant attitude. Feng Kim Hong was not afraid. What are you shouting for, you bastard? Bam! Chapter 920. Once Feng Kim Hong died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling. On the back of her soul, there was a pair of rainbow-colored wings. It was the scene of Dreamwings Immortal Goo activating. I have Dreamwings Immortal Goo. I can enter and exit dream realms freely. Even if I fail this time, I can just wait for the next cycle of the dream realm and start again. Feng Kim Hong snorted in her heart. She had tried earlier, but the wind, not grass in her hand was already messed up by her. The knots in the grass roots were even more complicated than before. But when Feng Kim Hong was about to flap her wings and fly away, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong screamed in fear. She wanted to dodge, but the usual rapid flapping of wings seemed especially sluggish in this dream. Feng Kim Hong had underestimated the difficulty of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Before she could escape, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman's claw. Just this attack heavily injured Feng Kim Hong's soul. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong left the dream realm, her soul returning to her body. Guh! The moment she opened her eyes, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spirit Affinity House's Goo Masters were pale with fright. They hurriedly came to reinforce her. Such an amazing dream realm. If I had taken that attack a second time, I would have died in the dream. Feng Kim Hong's gaze was filled with shock and fear. Cold sweat flowed down her face. I was careless. Although I have Dreamwings Immortal Goo, against an Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it is far from safe. But thankfully, I prepared a lot of Guts Goo for this trip. I brought them with me. With Guts Goo, my soul can rapidly recover. In half a day, I will be completely healed. Feng Kim Hong wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She cherished every bit of time she had. She quickly started to recuperate. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on the wind, not grass, in his hand again. The appearance of Feng Kim Hong earlier. This allowed Feng Yuan to obtain a lot of information. The scale of this dream realm is not big. This is only the surface of the dream realm. But this is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even rank 6 Dreamwings Immortal Goo cannot escape immediately. Now, it seems that the key to this dream lies in the wind, not grass, in my hand. Feng Yuan's mind flashed with realization. After his observation, he began to dismantle the wind, not grass, in his hand. Starting from the surface, Feng Yuan carefully peeled it off. He felt as if he were facing the devil. It was a complicated ball of tangled threads. He needed to find the ends of the threads and pull them out one by one. When he reached the third layer, Feng Yuan found it hard to continue. The small hole in front of him was a mess. The roots were entangled with each other, making it impossible for him to remove it. Don't use brute force to destroy it. If you want to dismantle the wind-knot grass, not only do you need confidence in your observation, you also need to use your brain to calculate. You also need to be patient and, more importantly, have enough time and some luck. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. A small hole appeared on the wind-knot grass in his hand. However, this small hole was stuck at the third level. The only path in front of him was to retreat to the first 2 layers and find other openings. Then, he would continue to dismantle it. If it were anyone else, they would have to do the same. But there was an exception. Feng Yuan looked around. Soon, he noticed the girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. She had dismantled it to the 7th layer. The wind-knot grass had shrunk by more than half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path goo worms, she can reach such a level with just her brain power? Feng Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even though he had started to dismantle the wind-knot grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Feng Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Feng Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back, and more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Feng Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, he could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the immortal level dream path killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Feng Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the dream realm. For example, when Feng Yuan fought in the dream realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the dream realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, the dream realm's rules required Feng Yuan to dismantle the wind-knot grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Feng Yuan dismantle the wind-knot grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules. It was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beastmen who were observing Feng Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the third layer of the wind-knot grass with his bare hands. Thus, they did not move. Even the snakemen who wanted to devour Feng Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Feng Yuan breaking the third layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan did not stop at all. The wind-knot grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the wind-knot grass, there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Feng Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please, help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Feng Yuan away. Feng Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Feng Yuan was, he was kicked. Even though he felt suffocated, there were no injuries on his body. Even though the beastman leader was strong and straightforward, his martial arts had already reached the level of combining strength and gentleness. Since Feng Yuan dismantled the wind-knot grass, the beastman tribe had really let him go. Feng Yuan took a glance at the little girl. The latter had already focused on the wind-knot grass in her hand. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire and walked into the dark forest. He only walked for a dozen steps. A trace of light shone in the darkness. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. Eventually, all of the darkness was pushed aside. There was complete light. The light gradually faded, revealing the scene of reality. Fang Yuan realized that not only had he opened his eyes, his body had unknowingly walked more than 10 steps away, leaving the manifested dream realm. Looking at the dream realm behind him, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. What happened? I left the dream realm for no reason? He carefully sensed his surroundings. This time, he did not fail in exploring the dream realm. His wisdom path attainment level had risen by a level. This shouldn't be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be at least 3 acts. I successfully passed the first act. Why didn't I enter the second act? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, falling into deep thought. The radiance of the manifested dream realm shone on his face. He left the dream realm. He went back the way he came. Through the dream realm, on the other side. It was Spirit Affinity House's group, as well as Feng Kim Hong, who was urgently healing himself. Thus, Fang Yuan was still not exposed. But if he could not figure out the reason for leaving the dream realm, he could not guarantee that the next time he left the dream realm, he would return to Spirit Affinity House. If others found out that Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, it would be troublesome. After a long while, Fang Yuan's frown gradually eased. He walked forward again, letting the dream realm devour him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass, the same scene repeated. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated and was the first to unravel the wind not grass. But this time, he did not leave directly. He walked towards the girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable, wanting to help her unravel the wind not grass. The Beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? Humph. You can help, but if you can't unravel it, you will have to pay with your life." It seems I guessed correctly. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He unraveled the wind not grass within the time limit and escaped with the girl. What? Or did I escape? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. The second attempt ended in failure. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. Like the first time, he was thrown out of the dream realm. Dream realms had all kinds of strange rules. Because every dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring dream realms. Even with Fang Yuan's previous life's experience, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment level increased more than the previous time. Fang Yuan muttered. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the current situation, there were 2 possibilities. One was that the girl he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. The second was that he had to save more children. After reaching a certain number, he could enter the second scene. Before entering the dream realm for the 3rd time, Fang Yuan rested for a while. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul. Even though he successfully left the dream realm and explored it, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of energy in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul expenditure was much better than Feng Kim Huang's injuries. The former was a success, the latter was a failure. The 2 could not be mentioned in the same breath. 3rd time, Fang Yuan encouraged himself as he entered the dream realm again. Everything in the dream was repeating itself. The moment he distributed the wind, not grass, Fang Yuan activated Unravel Dream. After a few breaths of time, the wind, not grass in his hand was split. Fang Yuan grabbed the seed in the center of the grass and raised his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded." At once, be they beast men or children, they stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. Chapter 9:21. Let me help you. Fang Yuan untied the wind, not grass in his hand, and walked to the nearest child. Hee hee, little bastard. You want to save the others? You can. But you. The Beastman leader sneered. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. I know. If I cannot save them, I will not leave. Just eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said casually. The Beastman leader choked. He could not say anything. The surrounding children looked at Feng Yuan as if he was a hero. They looked at him with hope and admiration. "Little bastard, if you can save everyone, I will not be the leader anymore." The Beastman leader laughed sinisterly. But after a while, he could not laugh anymore. Feng Yuan did not play by the rules. He continued to use Unravel Dream at an astonishing speed. The captured children were saved one after another. If he had to untie the wind not grasped by himself, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell to the extreme. For example, it was like playing mahjong. Others would grab the tiles one by one, but Feng Yuan would directly turn the tiles into the ones he wanted. But this kind of blatant cheating, in the eyes of the surrounding people, was Feng Yuan's fingers flying. No matter what kind of wind, not grass it was, after spinning it a few times in his hands, it would be cut down at a visible speed, eventually reaching the core, and the seeds would be extracted. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. This was the power of Dream Path, killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes shone with tears. Looking at Feng Yuan's figure, they were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The Beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. "They are all saved. I succeeded," Feng Yuan said calmly to the Beastman leader. After a while, the children seemed to wake up from a dream. They erupted in cheers. Some were crying tears of joy. Some were jumping around. The Beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Feng Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding Beastmen were either growling or baring their fangs. They were restless. Feng Yuan was not worried that the orcs would go back on their word. Generally speaking, this kind of primitive tribe was quite strict with their beliefs, customs, and traditions. Of course, everything can't be generalized. In reality, there was also the possibility that the Beastmen would go back on their word. But here, it was a special dream. It was not reality. As expected, just as Feng Yuan expected, no matter how angry and unwilling the orcs were, they could only watch the delicious food right in front of their mouths and leave leisurely. Passing through the gloomy forest, Feng Yuan led a rather large group of children, leaving the orc tribe and the bonfire behind them. The children clustered around Feng Yuan. As they walked together, they gradually became silent. In the darkness, the ray of light continued to expand. Finally, it filled his field of vision again. Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes. Taking a closer look, Feng Yuan had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the external dream behind him in shock, and his heart was full of doubts. How is this possible? I've already saved all the children and done my best. But why was I still thrown out of the dream and didn't enter the second act? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Untie the wind knots and save these children. Is it not the correct way to pass the first act of the dream? What other clues did I miss? Feng Yuan pondered and racked his brains. The exploration of the dream world was just that difficult. Even if Feng Yuan had the experience of his previous life and had the advantage of being ahead of this era, it was not easy to grasp when exploring dreams. Every dream was unique. The methods of exploring dreams were almost all different, and it was difficult to sum up the experience. Right now, Feng Yuan could only keep guessing and then try one by one. Only by perseverance and patience could there be a possibility of passing through the dream. Of course, in Feng Yuan's previous life, there were many examples, such as people exploring dreams for decades without any results. Feng Yuan's head was aching from thinking about it. He had some new guesses, but even he did not have much confidence in them. In that case, I should go somewhere else and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Feng Yuan hit a wall in this dream realm, but he did not persist. Even though this dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was his main target, the dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that desolate plant were all things that he had to obtain. With a thought, Feng Yuan decided to leave this place and go somewhere else. 2 hours later, Feng Kim Huang's pale face finally turned rosy. She opened her eyes. His clear eyes shone with a bright light. Guts Goo is too helpful in healing soul injuries. It works so quickly. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the 4 Goo Masters of Spirit Affinity House let out sighs of relief. They were here to accompany the Crown Prince. If anything happened to Feng Kim Hong, They would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Kim Hong looked at the desolate beast shark fin wolf left behind by Feng Yuan. Her gaze focused. She asked the other Gu masters and found out that no Gu masters came here while she was healing. She relaxed slightly. Finally, she checked her condition and confirmed that she was completely healed. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dreamwing's immortal Gu to show off and gained refinement path attainment. But this time, I am facing an immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. I cannot make the same mistake again. Why does the dream realm seem to have shrunk? Feng Kim Huang's expression suddenly focused. Suspicion flashed in her eyes. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish completely. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed completely, she gained a lot and her wisdom path attainment rose sharply. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Feng Yuan gained something, but the dream realm naturally lost something. Externally, the dream realm size had shrunk. It has indeed shrunk. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong confirmed it again and again. She became increasingly suspicious. Is this the special aspect of the immortal Venerable's dream realm? It will continue to shrink as time passes? Feng Kim Hong did not guess anything else. In this era, people's understanding of dream realms was still at a primitive stage, and Feng Kim Hong was deeply convinced that her unique Dreamwing's immortal Gu had an early advantage in the aspect of dream path. Even though she was suspicious, Feng Kim Hong could not verify it. Eventually, she shook her head, ignoring her suspicions and the feeling of uneasiness. She entered the dream realm again. Not long after Feng Kim Hong entered the dream realm, Feng Yuan used the information Feng Yang left for him and arrived at the location of the hidden essence turtle. This wisdom path, desolate beast. It was as huge as a mountain. Right now, the hidden essence turtle's limbs, head, and tail were all inside its shell. Most of its body was hidden in the mountain rocks. Feng Yuan chuckled. He moved like an eagle, pouncing down rapidly. Bam, bam, bam. The violent explosions were continuous, like bursts of muffled thunder. Feng Yuan and the hidden essence turtle started fighting. At once, rocks flew and dust rose. The hidden essence turtle tried to retaliate at first, but it had no immortal Gu and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Feng Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a few rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Feng Yuan attacked for a while. Seeing that he could not do anything to the hidden essence turtle, he laughed helplessly. He did not use his full strength. He did not even use immortal Gu. He had used Myriad's self-giant hand in many places. He did not want to expose it. Who knew if other sects had prepared investigative immortal Gu? Bring it with him? Feng Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hit its head, Feng Yuan was not anxious at the moment. He split his attention. On one hand, he fought intensely while on the other, he savored the dream realm's gains. As he savored it, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. It was like a window was opened in front of him. He could see the vast scenery outside. This feeling was amazing. Feng Yuan was intoxicated by it. Originally, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I had only tried to cultivate wisdom path not long ago. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is truly amazing. With such progress, if he cultivated normally, he would need decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, once he successfully explored it, even if it was only a partial success, the gains would be huge. It saved Feng Yuan a lot of effort. Why is there thunder? Feng Yuan and the hidden essence turtles battle attracted groups of Gu master groups to investigate. Feng Yuan? How can he be so powerful? No wonder the elders in the sect instructed us to avoid this monster Feng Yuan. This is simply cheating. It is too unfair to us. How can we fight such a monster? Eventually, Feng Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle, keeping it in his immortal aperture. During this period, many Gu masters were attracted, but after investigating for a while, they all left in panic. 36th attempt failed. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes tiredly. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had been very careful. Unfortunately, she did not have unravel dream. She had never come into contact with the wind, not grass before. 36 times, she did not succeed even once. Successfully saving herself was the lowest requirement for exploring dream realms. If she failed to disassemble the wind, not grass, she would not be able to save herself. That would be a failure. Thus, every time Feng Kim Hong explored dream realms, the damage to her soul was far greater than Feng Yuan's. She needed to spend a lot of time to recuperate and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is actually so difficult. I have Dreamwing's Immortal Goo, but it is still like this. Not to mention others. Feng Kim Hong looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with a deep sense of defeat. Whenever she thought about the appearance of the wind, not grass, this genius would have the urge to vomit. At this moment, Feng Yuan was secretly approaching the dream realm. He had already kept the hidden essence turtle and the nether grass. The rest of his time and energy was spent on the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After thinking for a while, Feng Yuan had a new guess. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.